righty. It's, we got John up here today with us. Greetings, John. Of course, greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Real quick here, as we saw, we've got Channel 3 says he was unsubbed from your channel, so make sure everybody hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Make sure your notifications are checked. Kara says they never notify her. Settings are correct to be notified, checked up multiple times. So keep on top of that stuff. Make sure that the algorithms are working correctly, not just for me, but for you. Again, it's my right to express myself, your right to know. So make sure that we're enforcing this on both sides by coming together in agreement with that concept. That's the foundation of what I'm doing here, and I hope everybody catches on to that. The first duty in law is legal notice, pure and simple. So again, hit the like, share, and subscribe button for me. Make sure the notification bell is tagged. And of course, there's a PayPal link down below for anybody that wants to share some love. And the StreamYard link is down there for anybody that wants to join the panel. And what do we got going on tonight, John?
Nope, same old, same old. Just trying to keep warm up here. And pretty brutal.
Oh yeah? Yeah. I'm here in the middle of a cornfield, Iowa, and it's been strange. I predicted this year that before the fall even came on last summer or spring, that this year's winter would be rather mild. Now we did have a little bit of snow there for a while, and it did get kind of cold for a few days, but after that it kind of quickly warmed up, melted everything off. Today we had 60-some degrees. We've got 70 forecasted for tomorrow, I think, and this is just unusual weather. So be prepared for the adaptations. That's what we're actually living this life for. Every day you have to learn how to adapt it the way the world changes. So
yeah, well, the weather isn't totally natural either, Keith, but that's another topic.
Exactly. Tonight I wanted to get into a quick video real quick before we get into the topic of tonight's exchange here, to kind of follow up with what we did last night on lingua franca and the way the languages are used to bring communication between cultures. And I spoke about a tribe in Africa, Southeast Africa, I think it is, that they use a click language. And so I've got this quick little video here. This guy's going to explain it. And it's amazing when you think about it and how it's used. When he explains it, pay attention to the sounds that surround the clicks. And it's those vowel sounds. And so the clicks, like I said, is the use of your vowels are just straight toroidal currents that come out, okay, based upon the shape of your lips and the voice box and its control. So when you start using your tongue, cheeks, lips, and teeth in manners to restrict it, then you end up with your consonants. So pay attention to that portion of this video if you would. Let me pull it up here.
This is articulation, right, Keith?
Yes, and it's a matter of going back to that thing that they spoke on yesterday about the basic sounds that are pronounced and carried out through the different languages, but once you put them down on paper, they might have an altered spelling. But yet the vocal sound tends to remain about the same. And so we're going to see that here, like I said, with the clicks. The sounds that you hear before and after those clicks are generally the vowel sounds, and those are the inherent vowel or the inherent sounds that every animal can make. You listen to a dog when he says, I love you, he's not saying anything but vowel sounds and getting very close to trying to use his teeth and tongues and everything to express it the same way that men can. But when you listen to that dog say, I love you, it's not saying I love you. It sounds like, and it's coming very close because of the sound, but it's not distinct with the L and V and Y. So it's very important to understand this click language and how it works with those vowels and the lingua francas that we've been educated and indoctrinated in to using without full comprehension of why. And that is because there's a mix of cultures, and it's for comprehension between that mix. That's where the duality is. It's inherent. So don't be afraid of the duality. Accept it gracefully and use your knowledge to accord the wisdom that's within it.
Very good morning. My name is Sakile Dube from Safari and Surf in St. Lucia. Welcome
I love the deepness of this guy's voice and the clarity.
to Ismangaliso. In South Africa, we've got a group of people. We call ourselves Nguni people. So out of Nguni people, we split into 4. All 4 of us, you will find.
You should be able to just click on the link, brother. I don't know why it would give you any problem. Let me check here. Let me pull up my page here on YouTube. I generally don't pull it up because I'm not going to be blocking or anything like that to people. So let me check it out, see if there's something I can do. Got participants. It's not showing all the participants. And it's not showing your comment here. It's showing the greetings and the second one, but it's not showing your current comment. Let me check. Are you on several channels? Maybe that's it. And please bear with me, folks. The document we're going to be going over as far as the military government and such, it's a 53-page document, so I plan on spending some time with it. There it is. Yeah, you're on Heckle-Bus and El Perro. Let's see what happens if I add you as a moderator here, brother. And just so everybody knows, this is the first time I've just a standard modder. This is the first time I've ever made anybody a moderator, and I'm just simply doing it to try to solve an issue with the StreamYard link. So go ahead, and you are a moderator on the Heckle-Bus channel, Dean. So check that out and see if that helps. Otherwise, I don't know what to tell you at this point in time. And we're going to get back into it here. Yeah, we'll get together after the show if it doesn't work out. I'll get a hold of you.
Found us on the east part of South Africa. In a province, we call it Eastern Cape. There is Xhosa people. Like Nelson Mandela, he was under the group of Xhosa from the Eastern Cape. In KwaZulu-Natal, we've got Zulu people. In a small country, Swaziland, we've got Swazi people. In Mpumalanga, close to Kruger National Park, there is Ndebele people. Ndebele, Swazi, Zulu, and Xhosa, all 4 of us, we fall under one group. We does have a click sound. As in South Africa, we've got 11 official languages. We can easily communicate with one another. The well-known people in South Africa with a click are the...
And my apologies, Dean, that was backwards. I put you a mod on El Perro, not Heckle-Bus. My apologies.
Khoisan or Bushmen. So 4 of us, we've got a click in the letter P. Our P, it sounds like...
There we go. Greetings, brother. How you doing tonight?
Greetings. Doing well.
Good. Good to see you, man. Looks like you're enjoying some nice weather there.
It was warmish today.
Yeah.
Hi, Keith.
How you doing, sister? How you doing, Robin?
Okay, how are you?
Good, good. Don't be shy. Show everybody your smile real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to, not trying to mess up your show. I just had trouble getting in. And I realized I was probably on El Perro before, and then I went to Heckle-Bus, and then it was all different. So I don't know what's going on. But I'm
absolutely. Absolutely appreciate it, guys. All right. And again, folks, just stop me and let me know if you have anything to say. I'll pause and we'll go over it.
Like the name, Ipapa, Ipeni, Ipipi, Impolompolo, Upopai.
Now, did you recognize that the vowels before and after the p?
Pe, Pi, Po, Pu.
A, E, O, U.
What? I guess I
And we've
forgot
collected
we were watching, doing all that other stuff. I don't know what this is about.
Well, last night when we were talking about lingua franca and the use of a third person type language to bring two different cultures together that have different languages or people that don't have a native language, I just wanted to review this real quick because there's this language down in Southeast Africa that they have a click language that is unique amongst themselves, and it's the way that they construct the clicks for certain letters of what we call in our English alphabet, and this is their P sound, and the vowels that come before and after it, which is the construction of the base vocal sounds of every creature, is the vowel sounds. Even in birds, the birds you hear the vowel sounds in their whistling. They're just different pitches of vowels, and there's no W, S, T, things like that.
I got you. All right, that
C.
makes sense.
Our C, it sounds like the name, Ela, Iqiti, Tula, Qiqilia, Colombia, Canada, Coca-Cola, Qu.
See how you just did all the vowels before it or after? Ka, ki, ko, ku. So that's the basic vowel sound, and they just added clicks to it, just like the English alphabet added consonants. They have consonants too, but some of those consonants are actually clicks instead of what we sound out as C, P. I think they do Q and something else, X.
And we've got letter X. Our X, it sounds like the name, Oka, Ingoto, Ukam, Oma, Kosa, and we've got letter Q. Our Q, it sounds like the name, Kala, Eda, Ikude, Kala, Ikola, Koma, If we like to use them together in a word, when we say a water monitor jump a fence, in my language, I will say, Uqamu weka uqing. Uqamu weka uqing. Uqamu, it's a water monitor. Weka is to jump. Uqingo, it's a wire. Any question? If not question, thank you. Ngiyabonga.
So you see, oops, we lost them. So we see the language itself can be particularized. There they are. Can be particularized, and that's what I'm trying to draw everybody's attention to. The language that we use is being specialized in the legal system by extenuating it into paragraph-long sentences that the common man doesn't understand because it's a twisted and curving line of babble that's using repetitive terms by synonymous correlations. But in reality, when you go back to the origins, very few of those words really need to be spoken. And that's what helps clarify things. So that's what we're on the track of, is help clarifying things. And so that goes to our next thing when it comes to, let me see here if I can pull it up again.
A lot of people think, Keith, that those languages are easier to pronounce, but as it turns out, it's just the opposite.
Right.
because
Well,
because of the tones and the rare consonant sounds, and then the dense inflections. Very difficult for us to do that.
yeah, and they have their they. It's an amazing setup that they do, and it's beautiful. Just like I say, the English language is beautiful, but in its simplicity, it's a beautiful language. And when you listen to them sing, that's totally different, and it's amazing. Um, so on to the subject tonight: the military government versus indigenous government. As we see in the Liber Code, they talk about invading forces or the expelled government. So when we're talking about invading forces, there is an expelled government, and this is the republic. You have a republic if you keep it. The only way to keep it is to maintain the positions in office as honorable men, doing so, letting your cup welling over and not needing to be filled by the very people you're serving by charging them emoluments. So what we have is an invading force that took over and is now occupying the offices of people that aren't standing up to do it themselves. So they are occupied force, an invading, occupying force, and it is a military government. The extent of that military government, like I said, and have been saying for years, has seeped in to every aspect of your life because that's what it's meant to do. If you're not going to stand up and do it yourself, knowing you have the full powers to do so, somebody else will do it, and they will do it on a military front to protect the people that are incompetent and can't go to war themselves. And they prove this by their attempt to institute gun laws in violation of the Second Amendment for their military use and less observance of the actual militia force that is supposed to be there. This is the problem with that very militia. If you don't understand that your capacity as militia goes beyond the bearing of arms to the extent of having full powers of providing that republic form of government that you're actually fighting for, by using that Second Amendment constructed under a republic form of government, then you don't understand that republic form of government nor its language. This is the problem with that language. And again, these people, these attorneys, use that legalese, as we saw yesterday, as a form of prestige. So let's take a look at this. Military government, library, Army War College, Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania. This text is approved for resident and extension course instruction at the Command and General Staff College only. It reflects the current thought of this college and conforms to printed Department of Army doctrine as closely as possible. So when we're talking about Army doctrine, we're talking about land forces. Land forces, as it goes to the law of land warfare.
That's admiralty, right, Keith? Military
Right.
on the land.
Right. It's the extension of the what do they call it? They've got a specific word for it that comes before the ultimate naval treaty. The ultimate naval treaty is what we're talking about here. Development and progress render such doctrine continuously subject to change. Command and General Staff College, Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, July 1st, 1949. Report document page. Notice it's got an Office of Management budget number for form approved. Public reporting burden for the collection of information is estimated to average 1 hour per response, including the time for reviewing instructions, searching existing data sources, gathering and maintaining the data needed, and completing and reviewing the collection of information. That's their entire point, is collection of information. Send comments regarding this burden estimate or any other aspect of this collection of information, including suggestions for reducing this burden, to Washington Headquarters Services. United States is located in Washington, D.C. because Washington headquarter, that's Article 3. What do they call that? They call it quartering. The military shall not allow quartering into private homes unless they're compensated, and they don't destroy that home. They leave that home as it was when they leave.
Is that not in reference to the fact, though, that they have 4 branches?
Well, it doesn't matter how many branches. It's all of them. Everything is military, so it doesn't matter how many branches, as long as you understand that everything that does branch out is seeping into your private life.
I meant headquarter. I was just talking about that.
Oh,
phrase,
yeah.
That term, headquarter. Part of the quarter of the 4 naval, military forces is what I was asking.
Well, it could be, but we have to remember there's 5 Joint Chiefs of Staff, but when we look at the time span, everything under employment is for reporting purposes. You can do for each quarter.
Oh, right, of the year as well. So I got that too.
Right, and so anybody under regular employment, they send in their payments, but Social Security makes a quarterly report.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Directorate for Information Operations. Remember yesterday the 32 CFR 1602.4 area office, which is a selective service office responsible for all administration and operations. And reports 1215 Jefferson Davis Highway, Suite 204 or 1204, Arlington, Virginia. Correct this. Didn't mean to do that. Oops. Didn't mean to do that either, folks. I'm terrible at this stuff. Clickety click, click, click on the wrong window. Okay. It says respondents should be aware that notwithstanding, what's that mean? It says any other provision of law is notwithstanding. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, no person shall be subject to a penalty for failing to comply with a collection of information if it does not display a currently valid OMB control number. So any form that somebody tries to offer you and it does not have that OMB number that I pointed out here at the top, then you are not required, because you're not subject to penalty for failing to comply. There is no compliance for a form that has no OMB number on it. Do you understand that? Look at that registration down at the local county and see if that's got an OMB number on it. You know, for your vehicle, for anything.
And cops don't issue them either, Keith.
No, that doesn't have an OMB number on that citation. Remember? Is that a military force using military code to put a penalty against a private man who is not subject to penalty for the collection of data? Isn't that what they're doing? They ask you for a name and address. Can I see your license? Can I see your license, registration, and insurance? Let me see that registration. Is that got a OMB number on it? Is he qualified to even ask for that information now? This is what we get at with Malika's lawful living. They don't have the authority to even ask. They are so far delegated from the military, they don't recognize that they are, in fact, part of a military government and performing for military purposes. And that means it must be required in order to inquire, so that they can then, therefore, acquire. The language is specific. It does correlate along a timeline. things must happen first before other things can be required. They have to have a need.
Or a prior obligation from our end, right, Keith?
Correct. So it says report date, 1st of June, 1949. Report type, military government. Dates covered, 0000-1949 to 000-1949. Contract number, grant number. Who's the grantor then? Is this the military making its own grant? They are the occupying invading force. Program element number, words denoting numbers, gender, and so forth. Those are the data elements. And you can give a number in lieu of the name and address that uses words. Project number, task number.
Well, Keith, I got a question about that. Are they not also using the same, you know, from 1 U.S.C.1, that kind of language? That
Absolutely. That's why that's why I just mentioned 1 U.S.C.1. Words denoting, understand, denoting numbers, gender, and so forth. So when you look at that U.S. code, you see the code, and then you over next to the thing that says code, it says notes. Look in those notes, and you find the executive orders and public laws. So what are they denoting? Can they denote such thing? I mean, it is a promise, and now are they not promising? Are they removing the promise? So you got to understand that language that they're using, and it's very simple. It's a contradiction. How can you denote that which is noted within? There's an inconsistency in the language. This causes me to ask questions that they don't seem to be able to answer, and therefore lays an impossibility of being able to make a decision as to which one you should choose. So rather than to enter into that choice, sorry, I'm not going to be tempted to be a fool. So, back to it. Work unit number. Remember that principal place of business that has a work unit number attached to the house. That's a contract postal unit, and you work as a common carrier posting insurance contracts and amending them with your signature. That's an endorsement. Remember the U.S. code, that endorsements definition we found says an endorsement is an amendment to an insurance policy. Performing organization names and addresses. So again, that post office is an inland marine installation using names and addresses of organizations performing those functions. If you are not organized, then why is there a presumption that you're an organization? Because you're performing the same functions as such an organization using those financial instruments that you're not actually qualified to use, but rather to put data elements on as a holder in due course so you can hand them over to a transfer agent to make the actual transfer. But because you're not qualified to do so, you don't know how to qualify it. Therefore, there's a presumption that the people that do know how to qualify it will qualify it, but they'll qualify it to their benefit and take your rights, titles, and interest to the property. That's a false acquisition of property, folks, for military use and purposes without a need, but merely by somebody else's either greed, intent, negligence, or whatever. I don't care. It's a wrongful taking.
Well, yeah, if they're doing it in the name of government, it's definitely, you know, without just compensation as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The next one is interesting. Well, of course, we've got the performing organization report number, and you're the ones reporting. You're reporting the data elements. You're the exporter. They're importing it, but you're the one reporting it voluntarily because you're not required to do so. You're not subject to the penalty if you're not part of the organization that puts forth the penalties. That's what the ID, using those names and addresses, is all about. Again, don't take my word for it. It's their words. And don't believe my interpretation of it. Don't believe the neighbors. Don't believe the government. Don't believe your mothers, for crying out loud. Do your research amongst the different venues that you need to see how it correlates with you and your life so you can use it if you discern it necessary. But again, the next one is the sponsoring / monitoring agency names and addresses. So again, when you're using a name and address, you're professing that you're the agent using the legal name, and you are the one sponsoring and monitoring things. And that's why they're asking you for the data elements. Another presumption. Sponsor monitors acronyms. Sponsor monitors report numbers. See, they assigned a number of an organization, a legal name that was supposed to represent an organization that never organized because nobody expressed how to do so. Nobody taught them in that public education system. What they did was they put forth propaganda to indoctrinate you so that they could use those same securities that you're issuing as a sponsor under that agency name and address. This is a basic presumption that you consented to communicate with them about a conveyance of a debt, a penalty, a fine, fee, or penalty, a taxation, a court cost, a surcharge, some kind of insurance, some kind of charge. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da! Charge! You're in the infantry. Distribution availability statement. Approved for public release.
You know what's wild about that, Keith, from my personal experience, is I would have joined, and I was denied.
Exactly.
And it seems odd that they would still turn around and treat me as such after denying me any benefit from attempting to do it in the first place.
Exactly. I'm the same. It's funny. It's synchronicity because I, too, applied for the Army when I was 18 years old. And they said, because I had a problem with my left ear and couldn't hear, that I had to go have surgery in my ear first. Well, isn't that one of the things that you offer by signing up for the selective service is Medicare and education? It's a fallacy that they prove themselves to be dishonorable. Yes. Who said it? Well, these people definitely ain't honorable. They don't know what honor is, again, because they too have been indoctrinated just like we were. I have to forgive them and ask God to forgive them, for they know not what they do. But now that I do, and I have the right to express it, and they have the right to know, and not only that, but I have a duty in law to give them legal notice that this is so, and that it's a greater truth than what they know. And if they refuse to accept that and want to live in that foolishness, that's on them. That's on them, not me. I've already done my duty. So let's take a look at it again. Approved for public release, distribution unlimited. Remember that state vital statistics jurisdiction that's established through being born? Before you were cast forth from mom's womb, a prenatal record was created, and that's got all those data elements, and distribution is unlimited throughout more than 500 different agencies and departments, federal, state, and municipals that have access, and counties that have access to all those data elements for their military logistics. So they can monitor, because they are the ones that are sponsoring this program. So again, in a usufruct, they've switched everything, and you are the one that is supposed to be the sponsor. You're supposed to put your value into those documents, and when you do without qualifying the transfer, and handing it over to the right person to transfer it and do all that stuff logistically, it goes outside of the logistic realm and ends up into the greedy, filthy hands of those that are placating that they know how this system works. Like all those medical associates that wanted to threaten my wife with denying her benefit. They evidently don't know how this system works, because like I said, I wrote them one little 2-page letter. And I did a video on that. You guys can go back and watch that. I've mentioned it in a couple videos and read it in a couple videos. Very plain writing, and they could not rebut it. I defeated them with one letter. 3 years later, she's still getting everything she needs. No questions asked. Supplementary notes.
I just tried to do the same, so hopefully prayers that that my efforts work as well. I mean,
yeah, that's the best we can do. As long as we stand in honor and have the fortitude to stand in judgment and not let that judgment rise up against us by being able to condemn it. Again, and I have nothing against Paul. You know, we had a little interaction on his channel today, and I have nothing against Paul. I respect him. I've been in the same boat, though. I'll sit in that jail as long as you need me to, because that whole time I'm going to show that I'm not the one that's in the wrong. I'm only doing what I know to be true and factual. And if you have something that can disprove that, please do so. But until then, you only prove yourself to be ignorant, not me. My body is the sacrifice. You think you can put me through a physical pain? Let me tell you about the time when I was 6 years old, a little boy playing with matches, and my dad strapped my hands to a board and then stuck them in a furnace. You think that physical pain was anything? That physical pain is long gone. The spiritual pain is what rages inside me, you bitch-ass slaves. Keep your filthy hands off of me. But in the meantime, if you insist, I don't give a fuck. Again, excuse me for my passion, but that's where the pain is, folks. The spiritual pain that's being inflicted on our children. And it's not only by them, it's by your own convenience and comfort of wanting to give up your own responsibility and hand them off to somebody else that's going to teach them their dialectic opposing dynamics of some dogma system that tells them that they have to do this. You don't. Follow your heart. Let your mind discern the differences that your heart is telling you about. Everybody uses their mind as if though that's the one that's deciding the difference. Your heart should tell you the difference.
well, I would suggest you do yourself a disservice even interacting with that dude, because he just assumes and presumes that I'm some sort of fucking privileged white boy that doesn't know shit. And you know, he gave me quite the smackdown, but I didn't need that nonsense, so I don't go there anymore.
Yeah, let's leave that off this platform, because like I said, I respect Paul and we have our differences, but you know, it is what it is, and I'm the last one to sit there and burn any bridges. I'm not going to do it. Almost every bridge in my life is burned by myself. Why would I want to continue doing that? I think what we had between Paul and I was effectively a good thing, and just because I left doesn't mean it has to be a bad thing. I'm not butthurt about anything. I have something I need to express, and this is my platform for it. Paul told me it's not my platform over there, and I agree. We're in agreement. So I hope he's not butthurt about it, and I'm not butthurt about it. It is what it is. That's all it is. So let's get back to it. The supplementary notes. Again, that term notes is a promise. This invading force, this military occupying force, gives us a promise. That's the Liber Code, that's the Law of Nations, that's all these treaties and everything that they supposedly operate under, and then turn around and administrate internally their OMB forms for those officers that are subject to penalization. That's why they're called penal. It's a military term. Then they have abstract, and that's what they do when you're born. They create a document, and then they abstract information from it. It's just like subtracting. It's abstracting. It's taking away. And then subjecting terms. So when they take it from here and put it over here, now it's a presumed subjection. Security classification of, and that's what they're doing. They're classifying you, Y-O-U, an individual whose individual's name and number identify a record, owes a debt to the United States. Again, United States is located in Washington, D.C. So an officer trying to pull me over alongside the road for any reason, an officer confronting me in the public venue for any reason, where I've done absolutely nothing that makes me subject to those penalties, even talking to me, is already creating an international incident, and all I have to do is dispel his idiocy. When I get him on the stand, I can ask him if he's a United States citizen, showing that he's incompetent to understand the question and the words used therein. Therefore, if he's incompetent to use those simple terms, what makes him think that he can issue a citation that has unqualified language, either legalese or plain writing, to then qualify it as legal terms that they can use in a legal venue for legal prestige to confound and confuse a common man? And again, folks, I'm just a little Tom Sawyer, born on the mighty muddy Mississippi with mud squishing between my toes, a toothless redneck hillbilly, didn't go beyond high school, no further education. It was my heart that's doing all this. And it will remain my heart that continues beating every day for every breath that I take, that then influences my mind. You can't classify that. That's for me to do. My yea is my yea, my nay is my nay, because it's his. That's where I get my word from. Then it goes on to say, unclassified, unclassified, unclassified. Limitation of abstract, same as report. It's a SARS report. Same as report. Did you give them the information? And they're saying it's the same. They're taking your interpretation of what they wrote as being the same as what they wrote in that one USC1, words denoting numbers, genders, and so forth, saying that they know you are insane. Look into it, folks. One USC1. I urge you to understand that section and understand what they mean by insane person and all of those others. Born alive, infant. Oh, goodness gracious.
I would only add, also look in your county codes, because I found it in a county level as well. Exact same language.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, interesting. Says number of pages, 52. Name of responsible person. Command and General Staff College. Remember, the post offices have postal staff workers at inland marine installations. These colleges are military colleges as well. Go ahead, sister.
Greetings to all. The brother mentioned something. I didn't hear it clearly.
Can
It sounded like he said
you
it so
please get
fast.
closer to the mic, sister?
Yes. The brother mentioned something. I didn't really hear it clearly because he said it so fast. Something as same as what you're going over.
Oh, he mentioned that funny that the county codes and definitions that he went through had the identical language as one USC1. Very uncommon, but he evidently found his county codes and they had identical language. Look it up, folks. One USC1. And if you have any problem, feel free to get a hold of me and I'll try my best to explain it to you. And it says, forward. This manual, very first thing they state is telling you it's not spiritual. Okay? Doesn't have anything to do with your spiritual pain, boys and girls. Now that includes women in the military, boys and girls. It has to do with your physical pain. And they're going to put you through a test. Boot camp. They're going to make sure that you can pass that test. They're going to put you through physical pain. And in that physical pain, it's going to be a spiritual test to see how much physical pain you can take. You can't test anybody more than they've been tested like me. My spirit is resounding. I've been saying it all my life. You ain't my daddy. Fuck off. I know better. It's a restatement of the principles, policies, and functions of military government. Now, let me ask you again, folks. Is there a law according to this government that we have? See, everybody wants to call it law, but we have not seen it once. Other than the law of nations, have we seen the term law used? It's always principles, objectives, policies, intents, functions, purposes, performances, actions, acts, edicts, ordinances, sanctions, declarations, clarifications, affidavits, avowments, averments. Where's this law? It conforms substantially to the subject matter of Field Manual 27.5. Again, we're talking about land forces. 27-5, civil affairs. Civil affairs are those contracts. That's the corporate structure / military government. Again, confirming that the military government we have is a corporate institution only. Again, Libre Code Article 10 says the militia chiefly affects the police and the collection of public revenue and taxes. And again, it's for the military, the invading forces, or the expelled government, for its military, its use, its safety, and the safety of its operations.
And those police that are doing it have captains and sergeants and lieutenants.
Yeah, and they bear all the stripes and everything on their uniforms. It is a standing military.
Yep, I know.
Teaching experience at the Command and General Staff College has demonstrated the need for a military government text. So we're getting right to it, folks. We're getting straight to the language, which brings together all pertinent data. Those are those data elements concerning each military government's function. This is what we're going to look at here in a little bit. Those functions seeped into every aspect of your life, folks. Every last one of them. And you don't think you're being governed by a military and you're carrying a government ID in your pocket showing you have been so disillusioned that you don't understand the first thing about it, because you will wave that thing and be proud as a woman with a child in your arms. Makes me sick. Not at you. Again, I'm not putting you people down. I'm putting the things down that we do. And that's we. I, again, have been a bitch-ass slave all of my life. I've been the fucking fool. I'm no longer willing to be so. And I will do as I need to, no matter what. I'm not no cuck to a military daddy that poses a fictional concept that I need to dress in a military uniform to stand in the Word of God. and which sets forth in uniform style. Uniform style. Remember, the UCC at the international level is the Uniform Commercial Code at the local level, and it's a uniform or international contract system, and the UCC at the international level for the taxation system is the union's customs codes. They're both uniform styles. The part delayed by each element of the Army in performing each military government function by direction of the assistant commandant. Does that look closely like command? They pronounce it commandant. Isn't it command ant? You little piss ants. And again, excuse me for my passion. It's only against the words. Understand them for what they are. Property of U.S. Army. Contents general. Purpose, scope, and definitions. Authority for establishment.
Hey, I got a question, Keith. Do you intend to go down this line by line, or I mean, I don't know if you're going to do this whole document or what your plan is, but I'm curious about a specific aspect of it, if it exists.
Well, let me know. I want to cover this whole document. Matter of fact, I got to check real quick to see if he's got back to me. I texted Steve Martin to see if he wanted to come up and let me take a break real quick. My apologies. I meant to do so earlier. Credit to this goes to Steve Martin. Steve Martin sent this document to me in reference to our plight in throwing off the despotic government and the fact that we gave up the republic. And so each man has the ability to stand in his own republic form and having plenary powers to do so, full powers to do so, as long as he is competent of the comprehension of those various different aspects of that life, or of life, as we plainly observe it being orchestrated in a military fashion. And so we're going to get back into it. What is it, your distinct aspect of it? Because I do plan on covering the whole thing. I plan on going until about midnight tonight if need be, and I know we're not going to finish it. So I do plan on it eventually doing at least a breakdown series on it.
I was going to say, that's kind of past my bedtime, but
well,
no,
just like I did reviews of videos I've done in the past, I expect to be able to do a review, not maybe just of this video here that I'm doing today, but a review of the document itself in a series of videos. Hopefully I can get Steve involved.
I just look up the document on my own for my specific question, because it's a little it's really about their policies on the land. I've actually come up with this idea. I'm curious if they still treat latrines the same way. It seemed like in the past it was a sort of common thing. The military would move in, they send some privates off to the side to dig a latrine, and I'm wondering if that's still part of their policy.
Very well could be. We'll have to dig into it. You like that? Quick, ain't I?
Yes, very quick. Anyway, that's just personal stuff. But yeah, that's fine. I don't want to sidetrack your plan.
Oh no, not a sidetrack. Just keep up on me on it, because like I said, I do want to do a review of this like I do most of my other videos, and I plan on doing a review of others like I've said already. I have a lot of material out there, and I think it's a good time to start doing some reviews and try to break them down specifically as they correlate, connecting the dots to everything military. That's what we're exposing tonight. Everything is military, and every one of them has that military aspect through the language. Okay, command responsibility. Reason for establishment. In other words, the purpose degree of control exercised by occupying force. They admit that it's an occupying force. And like I've mentioned before, when we're dealing with these negotiable instruments and the reciprocality of it, they have reciprocal responsibilities of occupying force and inhabitants of occupied territory. Okay? You have to respect this. You have to understand your power in this by knowing under which they are defining themselves. Like I've said, people, if the militia doesn't understand having full powers of being able to extend that very militia to be able to govern the country, if they happen to have to stand as a militia and wipe out an occupying force or an invading force, then what are they going to do next? Are they just going to let the people run about, or do they need to construct a good government for that people? This is why you can't be showing yourself as competent militiamen without knowing how to construct a government. It's just pathetic. Period of control.
However, though, Keith, you got to have if allegedly the militia is also there for defense, that militia isn't necessarily there to create a new government. They're there to defend against an invading one, allegedly.
Right. And so the only time that I think we would have a militia stand up in this country is if they got so stupid about it that they would attempt to do something. Again, if they understood their power, they would just stand up and not use their arms, but their intellect to start occupying these offices as the true republic we were promised in those documents that now show that they're just an occupying force, and all you got to do is step up and be a man and do it with a cup that's overwhelming. That means you have to have the plenary powers to be able to sit in an office and say, okay, well, I understand this concept, and if I don't, then I need to accept the help of somebody else, even if it is a private member of the community, and not just dish them off as if though they don't know because they're not in an office. That's what we have today. We have people that are doing their job and saying, well, you don't know. My boss told me this, and therefore that's what stands. That's not the way it works, folks. You got to quit letting these people operate this system as if it's a belief system. It's a matter of knowing right from wrong and doing that which is right, even if it means having to make some changes, as we speak of in this document. Mission, principles, and policies. So they're going to have a restatement of purpose, scope, and definitions. Military government responsibilities, probable political, economic, and social conditions existing in occupied territories. No, wait a minute. You can't say that they're existing in occupied territories if you already said they're probable. You have to fix this. That could come into existence or might be in existence. And therefore we need observations. This is why they need you to give them data elements, folks. They need to observe the social conditions so they can direct the economic and political systems. That's why they need you to vote. Division of military government functions within each command. Yet here it is, a system of demand and supply. You're the ones demanding it of a military government and then not giving a reciprocal response. Organization and operations. General, military agencies, organization and control, military government staff section, military government units. Every house is a residential unit, whether it's a multi-family unit or a single family unit, or a duplex, or condominium.
Could be a dwelling unit, right?
Right, dwelling unit. Military government plan. See, it's not the United States, it's United States. And you're in a state of being that says you're part of that state that is at war. Pay attention. They're literally going to tell you this. Responsibility for plans, basis for planning, military government functions, general maintenance of law and order. What happened to the notes and the policies? Now we have law and order. Political government and administration. Establishment of courts and administration of law. No, you're not administrating law. You're administrating the policies. You can only maintain law. Okay? You cannot administrate law. The law is as it is, and it operates itself naturally. Again, when the people want to rise up in stupidity with that Second Amendment and make that false claim against a military government, you will get wiped out. One way or another. Either that military government will wipe you out, or once you wipe out that military government, you will fail to another military because you haven't been able to establish your own goddamn government. Public finance. Remember our discussion on what finance really means? It means settlement of a debt, right? So public settlement of debt. Civilian protection. So if they're classifying you as a civilian and you're running around with that ID as a civilian, why are they using that very ID against you? Again, like I said, if they conferred you a nationality of a United States citizen that then said you had to carry a resident address, isn't that an internationally protected person in the interest of America? Why are they failing those two primary principles?
It's everywhere. It's the ignorance all over the place. You can't even get food at a food bank of these places without them asking you for your damn ID first. It's crazy.
Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. If they're going to demand a passport from you to leave, then doesn't that sound like a prison? If they're going to demand ID from you in order to get food, wouldn't that just be a better concept to just go fucking steal something then? Isn't that what leads us to theft? Is the restriction on being able to acquire that which we are granted by God first and foremost? Who the fuck are you to tell me I can't collect rainwater, you ignorant fucks? And again, excuse my language and my passion, but this is how stupid it gets, that people think that somebody that's provided by God, which is everything, that they can't somehow go out and acquire that same thing as the next door neighbor. That somehow, because the next door neighbor acquired it through this process, that somehow they have that process and it's a privilege or a greater right than the next man. Again, realize your power of creation and that creation can be built or destroyed by the words you use. Coin your words or purse your lips.
If the president is behind black bars, you can be sure as hell we're not far behind him.
Yep. But again, remember what they did to Trump in New York and fined him $340 million. He's going to fight that on appeal, of course, and he's most likely going to win because I understand every banker will agree that when you put down a list of your assets and put a value to them, likely 99% of the time somebody's going to argue that that's not the true value. So what they did to Trump in New York is just fucking idiocy if you really contemplate the truth of it. They're just pushing it out there to placate that they can do it to the president. Therefore, whatever little thing they can do to you, you better still be afraid of that, because you think you're going to get a wallet and then come fight us, it ain't going to work. Watch. This ain't the end of the story. Public health and sanitation, public welfare, disposition of refugees and displaced persons. Coincidental or what? Where do you think the authority comes for dispositions in a courtroom that has a flag with a gold fringe on it? Who do you really think has the authority? Who you really think that bench guy is sitting there for? You think he's just warming that bench? Education. Education. Civil information. Labor. Custody and administration of property. This is that property that's held in abeyance that mom, you handed over that information at the hospital. That's a military post. And you handed that information over for them. It's in their custody. And it's administration, they're administrating the property. That's what the enumeration at birth is all about. The establishment of a legal fiction that they then get to administrate. They created it because mom left it in their custody. She was the informant that gave them the original data elements that started the whole thing. That's where it begins. And it was done without an opposing dynamic saying, though you may use this in this usufruct system, you must give credit back to from whence it was created. That's the failure. Customer agrees to make third-party payment for consumer, so long as it's understood that credit is given to the customer's account. If it hadn't been for the customer's accounting of the events, you would be making a false claim. That's what sits on that record so far, folks, a false claim. Were you born in the United States? No. Can you correct that? Yes. Should mom have known that before she made that document? Yes, that way she could have rebutted that document, or at least placed a equal station in life to be able to administrate that estate as the principal and not as an assigned trustee. Currency and banking, commerce and trade, control of commodities, prices, and rationing, civilian supply, food industries, industry and manufacturer, even that automobile manufacturer that then placates that they imported that Ford into the United States when all they did was ship it from one manufacturing plant in one state to another state, and neither one of those states is actually in the United States. It's just an extended record of the United States that is located in Washington, D.C. Civilian transportation, and that's why it's called a fleet vehicle. Civilian communications and public utilities. Fine arts, monuments, and archives. All arts that are extension of the people of the nation, and that's where the credit for those national treasures come from that are sitting in that national archives. Personnel, planning and procurement. They have to have a need for it first. Types and qualifications, special training, proclamations, ordinances, orders, and instructions, initial proclamations, subsequent proclamations and ordinances, orders and instructions to local civilian officials. Military tribunals, types of military tribunals. Did you know there's more than one type of military tribunal? I bet everybody thought that military tribunal was simply because it was a flag with gold fringes on it. Remember, I've talked about that Navy blue, Blue Jackets, Navy's Blue Jackets manual from 1940, where they talk about a captain's mast. And that's where the shipmates, the crew, go before when they get a compliment from the captain, and he'll pull them in, and it's called a captain's mast. It's a meeting with the captain. Now, in that meeting, he can give accolades or awards, or he can give detrimental penalties. He can deny you liberty. Outline of military government plan. Purpose, scope, and definitions. Purpose and scope. Military commanders find it necessary to control civil administration of occupied areas during a war. During a war. It doesn't say while it is at war with itself or any other. It just says a war. During a war. Because it's imminent that that war might expand and they might be called to military protections of the civilians on the land. It doesn't even mean that they're not necessarily involved in a war themselves across seas. It just says a war. And international law requires, law of nations, such supervision for the protection of the civilian inhabitants in order for them, as a military venue on the international level, Her Majesty's Royal Navy, in order for them to take benefit of all the contracts going on the land, they must protect this land. And let me tell you, folks, if the United States is the base of the dollar worldwide, this is the place to protect, even if it doesn't have a government. Because the people are too stupid to understand that and are willing to let all of that money and their sweat equity labor go right out the window to some royal house across the sea and don't even comprehend the stupidity of the Boston Tea Party, nor its implied aspect of why they did it. First of all, let me explain that. See, they got tired of traveling all the way across the ocean with their tea to go have the Queen weigh it and measure it and then put a stamp on it saying that they paid their dues by forking over a certain tax to the Queen, to then turn around and travel all the way back to the Americas to then be able to sell it. So they had to go through this mass expense and pay the Queen her taxes before they could bring it across and sell it in the colonies. So that meant they had to charge an outrageous amount to be able to sell it for a profit. So here, let me tell you about the stupidity of those people by dumping it into the harbors. Rather than dump it in the harbors, wouldn't you just stand there and say, fuck the Queen, come get it? In the meantime, I'm going to sell it for a good price for me to make a good profit, and the people here will be glad to buy it. Instead, they dumped it all into the fucking sea. This is the same concept that I see happening if the militia stands up and fights a battle that doesn't need to be fought. Because even if they do win, what are they going to do next? If they're only competent to raise a fucking gun and not raise a government. Law requires such supervision for the protection of the civilian inhabitants. This manual states the principles followed by the Department of the Navy, the Department of the Army, the Department of the Navy, the Department of the Air Force, and their subordinate agencies in planning and exercising control of civilian administration by military government or other means in territory under the jurisdiction and control of the armed forces of the United States, not the United States of America. So it's a corporate entity. It has a military. And under that jurisdiction, they use corporate means of contracts that they put before you saying, here, sign here. It's reciprocal. Sign here. If it's reciprocal, then why am I the one that's being held to the detriment? Isn't there supposed to be a release of detriment and liabilities through indemnification, particularly against the people, the very people that you're supposed to be fucking protecting? The principles laid down in this manual are followed in planning by the departments of the Army, Navy, and Air Force and their subordinate agencies. Theater. See, the military is all about entertainment. And it's the military that controls the entertainment industries, whether you like to believe it or not. And it is them that those foreign or those entertainment industries play for. It is a theater. And subordinate commanders are authorized to make necessary minor exceptions to the policies. Now they're calling them policies, remember? They're supporting law, but they're calling these policies in this manual. And procedures stated in order to integrate the plan for military government into the plan of military operations. So it's the policies and procedures stated in order to integrate the plan for military government into the plan of military operations. War Department Field Manual 2710, Rules of Land Warfare that I mentioned earlier, which is where they have Article 48, 49, and 50, I believe. We'll have to look it up again sometime, but I pointed it out many times before, wherein I show the black and white diagonal sign that I use right here in my own space. I'll be damned, I got muted. My apologies. Yes, I am hors de combat. I am not in your war. I am force majeure. A major force is what operates in my life, and that is the Almighty. So let's get back into it. That Rules of Land Warfare is talking about, like I said, in articles, I believe it's 48, 49, 50, might be something different. I'm not sure on that right now, but it's in that area. Just punch in diagonal, and it will show you that black and white diagonal line for temples, educational centers, museums, natural arts and history places, libraries, hospitals, first aid centers, things like that. We carry no weapons. We're not even part of your militia. If we are, it would only be for educational purposes. Anywhere it says Rules of Land Warfare prescribes the obligations of commanders under international law and the conditions to be observed when dealing with persons and property in occupied and liberated territory. Definitions. Military government includes all powers and responsibilities exercised by a military commander in an occupied territory over the government, the inhabitants, and the lands and properties thereof. The occupied territory may be an enemy or allied country, or may be a domestic territory which has been dominated or occupied by an enemy, which is threatened by an enemy, or which is recovered from rebels recognized as belligerents. So when Congress walked out, Sindai, And England considered the Americas a domestic territory. They sent the Royal Navy over to establish a United States military. Do you understand? Do you comprehend? They merely established a corporate entity as a military occupying force. 2. Theater commanders or high authority determine and announce. Real quick here, I'm going to take a second to drop the link down on El Perro and everybody. Anybody who wants to join, please do so. And let's get back to it. Military theater commanders or high authority determine and announce the type and conditions under which occupied territories are governed. So again, the municipality known as Washington, D.C. has what is known as long-arm statutes for at-arm's length contracting in extended territories outside of their own. Okay? Depending on the end to be achieved, 2 types of government are recognized by the United States government. You hear that? 2 types. Military government is the supreme authority exercised by an armed occupying force over the lands, properties, and inhabitants of an enemy, ally, or domestic territory. It is established where the occupied territory has no recognized national government, and the occupying force exercises supreme control. So, I want to ask everybody, we already know what United States means under 28 CFR 30 or 28 U.S. Code 3002, which means it's not a federal government, but a corporation.
But according to their charter, they're supposed to provide domestic tranquility. Where's that?
Correct. But the principle here is that a national government, and they tell us that the United States is not a federal government, and then they go on to identify and define federal government, but yet we have no definition of national government, yet everybody's posing to be a national or citizen of the United States as if though that is a national government.
Keith, is there any chance that I know in 1862 we had the Libra Code, right? Is
Yep.
there any chance that the U.S. Army started conducting business for the East India Company in the 1780s? Do you think that might be a an accurate assumption, or like?
Well, yeah, it's always been, but you got to remember Wall Street. If you go back into the history of Wall Street, you'll find out it was 2 trading companies fighting each other. So the one put up a wall. Well, the one on the outside obviously defeated the one on the inside because they walled themselves in. It's kind of stupid. They couldn't expand outside of that. Washington, D.C. is the one that won, and they are the ones that expanded their territory beyond Wall Street. And now everybody is what? The stock. Washington, D.C. is the true winner. That's the English corporation. They're in partnership with the East India Corporation, maybe. I don't know. I've not looked into those documents, but everything leads to the Royal Warrant Holders Association as the premier contracting agency for the rest of the contracts, and everything falls down from that through entitlements, which is licensing, IDs. It's saying you're competent to contract. Well, if you were really competent to contract, you'd understand the first element of contracting is privity and tell any other third parties to fuck off. This is between me and him. What don't you get? And that's the real problem. In my opinion, of course. So let's get back to it. And we continue on. Military government, da 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 da. Military government is exercised when an armed force has occupied such territory, whether by force or agreement, and has substituted its authority for that of the sovereign or previous government. So, again, when the states ceded their jurisdiction to the United States, and what they were doing was ceding their jurisdiction to a corporate entity and giving up that very sovereignty, like I've said before. Yet the United States poses it has sovereignty because it is substituted its authority for that of the sovereign or previous government. The right of control passes to...
And yet, by their own words, it's still in there that the people do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies that serve them.
Right.
So it's still there.
Right, and that's why we go back to that old adage: you have a republic if you can keep it. The only way to keep it is to maintain your sovereignty and keep God, or the Word of God, at the forefront of everything you do. That way, you don't have to go to war. You can still have that military armaments for protections, of course. That's needed by all countries. Didn't you hear Trump here lately saying, "Yeah, if you don't pay your taxes, I won't support you. I'm not going to take care of you. You got to pay your taxes. You got to pay your dues." Well, the taxes are all glory goes to God. Everything He puts out is what goes back to Him. Everything in the meantime that we profit from, we still have to give credit to Him. It's not about the messenger; it's about the message. The right of control passes to the occupying force, limited only by the rules of international law and established customs of war. That's where the law of nations and the Lieber Code come in. Okay? It's the Lieber Code. Civil affairs. Civil affairs is applied to a less absolute form of military government. It's applied to a less absolute form of military government. So the civil affairs are applied to the militia, the people that are allowed to arm themselves, but it's less absolute because if they understood that ability, they would stand and protect themselves by taking that very control, not of the military, but of the government, and regulating that military that is supplied by the taxes that have already been paid. It is the military control exercised over enemy, allied, or domestic territory through a recognized indigenous government whose authority is independent of the occupying forces, but which is supported by the occupying forces. So that's the sovereignty our brother D was talking about, right? Right, Dean?
Perhaps, although I guess maybe I don't even. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't define that word for you if I had to right now.
Well, indigenous, we're talking about literally homegrown, if you want to put it that way. It's the people that were actually born here and have that sense about them to maintain the sovereignty as it relates to being born here. Born on the land, just soli. Born of the blood, just sanguinis.
I obviously don't know because I've struggled to maintain my own sovereignty in this debt slave and other slave type society that we live in. That, you know, when you're dealing with these people, these government folk, I haven't mastered that yet. Well, I got to admit that.
Well, that's just a matter of remaining at peace and knowing that you're doing right. And I think you have mastered it, and that you're just getting better and better at it. I think again, it's like riding a bike. We weren't brought up in this, and that's the problem. We were destroyed by the public education system that that interrupted our spiritual um, the building of our spirituality as young children. You know, and it was a military occupying force that does this.
Well, yeah, and I was also disabled at a younger age that caused me to focus on not these things we're talking about, and not to mention the fact also having parents who were so indoctrinated by the system. They were military, they loved their military service, and they loved the military in this country based on that aspect, without fully understanding, it ain't what the documents say it should be. Like,
Right, and
if
that's
we
what
had the country they said we should have based on the history, it would look a lot different than it looks today.
right, and that's what the public education system again after that Civil War. And again, I urge you to rethink that Civil War was more about the ports in the South and the Barbary trade, and not being able to stop slavery through there if they didn't take control of it. The South was dug deep in slavery, and the North wanted to abolish it, but they knew if they continued letting the South control that port, then they would constantly have the problem with slavery. So they had to put an end to it by having occupying forces go in and take care of that. In so doing, Congress walked out sin die because the North and South truly never came together on that concept, and it was more of a trade, or for the purposes of trade by the Queen to be able to do things conspicuously through the paperwork. And again, that's that 14th Amendment, which was instituted almost a century prior. They were having a hard time implementing that 14th Amendment of persons for being able to commit those military contracts. The South was able to overcome those military contracts because they had control of that port and being able to allow any naval military force around the world come into that port. That's the importance of a military control at those ports connecting to the land. So let's go on. The measures. It's always a measure. It's always a weights and measure system. The measures applied by the occupying forces are those agreed to with the indigenous government, whose authority is always recognized. Again, I agree with Dean. No, it's not. They're failing to recognize it because they're just doing what their boss tells them.
Yeah, wait, I'm a little confused by this. We're talking about war here, right? So they're basically saying we've come in, we've conquered you, but now we're going to recognize your indigenous government that we just decimated? I'm very confused.
Well, no, they're saying that if they come into an occupied land that is occupied by an invading force and they clear out that invading force, then there's an inherent possibility that the people can't raise up a government by themselves because it was destroyed and left a civilian population. So now they have the ability to help those civilian people build a government for themselves. And that's what
when you say help, you put that in quotes, right? Because that's
absolutely. Like I agree. The people that are running this government, this military government, don't understand they are in fact a military faction. They don't understand that. They think they're just working a job. No, you are an officer or an employee or agent of some sort in a military occupying force, and it proves in the evidence that you carry in your goddamn wallet. That's a military identification system for logistics. So it says the agreements between the United States government and the recognized government of occupied territory may include the military assistance in the form of military supplies and services, which each government will furnish to the other reciprocally. So this is the reason why I question that Second Amendment and the government trying to restrict it. While they're trying to restrict it, right here it says that they're supposed to be able to supply the militia with what it needs reciprocally to be able to defend the American lands. So technically, instead of having those armaments in those warehouses to be shipped off to foreign countries to fight foreign wars, they should technically be in the hands of local people that would be able to use them locally if war came to our land. That's the way I read it, folks. So placating that they're supplying military armaments for foreign wars so they can go in and stabilize those countries, when in fact they're using the very commercial tactics to destroy countries by bringing controversies between those international contracts, is pathetic. The military, let's see, the authority for arrest of troops by the civilian police and of civilians by U.S. military personnel. Now, let me ask you, folks, let's read that carefully. The authority for arrest of troops by the civilian police and of civilians by U.S. military personnel. Aren't the police, even civilian police, part of military personnel, U.S. military personnel?
Yeah, isn't that an oxymoron? I mean,
you caught it too, didn't you?
Civilian
police are military personnel.
Yep, because they wear U.S. flags.
Absolutely.
What?
Yeah.
So where do they get their? So I got to ask, guys. Where do they get their authority to arrest civilians if it's not given here? They're supposed to be arresting troops. And as civilian police, that means they're military personnel, and they're only supposed to be arresting civilians in their military capacity by recognizing they are military. See the dual jurisdiction?
Yep, it's under labor because we're in an emergency.
Yep. I just don't think it's clear at all, and it's probably obfuscated on purpose, no doubt, written by a lawyer. But holy shit!
Absolutely. If you watch the video from last night talking about lingua franca and all the different languages, legalese is specifically designed to carry on paragraph-long sentences for the prestige of the legal community, as if though that's what makes them smart and intelligent. Literally, read the definition of legalese in LIIWEX. The payment of taxes by, understand this is Article 10 of the Labor Code. It says martial law is affects chiefly the police and the collection of public revenue and taxes. Collection of public revenue and taxes. And now it here says the payment of taxes by U.S. troops. So who are they supposed to collect it from, folks? The payment of taxes by U.S. troops to the civilian government.
I can't possibly be a troop.
So where are the taxes supposed to be paid to? Isn't that saying the civilian government? Well, if we don't have a civilian government, then where are the taxes going? They're going to the military government.
The last few years, if you think about it, as soon as they started allegedly legalizing cannabis, and I mean, that was America's biggest cash crop when it was illegal. And it's the bigger cash crop even now. Where the hell are those taxes going? I can't see any change at all based on these multitudes of dollars they've allegedly collected on the tax of just cannabis alone.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. Remember, we saw earlier that the military government controls commodities. So when you look at let me ask everybody. Well, no, well, yeah, I'm going to ask it now. Think about that budget pie that you see all the time, where they show that so much of the budget is extended to the military, and then they've got all these little other bits and pieces of pies where they say the budget goes to. When we get done exposing this document here for what it is, and you see how the military government permeates every aspect of life, then why is the budget saying military here, but the rest of those little bits and pieces of the pie ain't military, when in fact they are? 100% of the budget, folks, goes to the military. Do not let those fucking pie charts fool you. Everything is military, even the financing. Therefore, everything that is extended from that is part of that pie chart. Therefore, the entire budget is military. Responsibility for payment of claims by civilians. Understand this. Responsibility for payment of claims by civilians for damages to property by U.S. military personnel.
That's the exact just compensation I'm trying to get these days. That's what I'm shooting for. You
Yep.
want to take my shit? Fine, pay me. Let's leave it at that.
Well, and again, that's that article or Title 48 of the CFR 52.212-5 that says contract terms and conditions required in order to implement the statutes or executive orders, commercial items, commercial services, which is relative to both the Fourth Amendment, being secure in your person's houses, papers, and effects, and the Fifth Amendment, that if they want to take your person's houses, papers, or effects, in other words, acquisition them, then there must be a requirement for military use, and they must compensate you under a contract stating values of that such property.
Yeah, but what value are they going to put on life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, which are rights and therefore are property?
Right, and that's what they don't understand. See, all these people that are operating this stuff don't understand the lingua franca that they've been indoctrinated in, so they're just going to sit there and say, I'm just doing my job. This is why it's so important that we have to learn this as the people, so that we can start changing that military civilian system by enforcing the knowledge that we have, because that's truly the power. It's not the power of a gun that's going to change it. It's the power of the education. And let me put up, Iman Albay put up Jose 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, so therefore the true benefit and the true key to success is the knowledge. In my opinion, of course. I mean, if you've got other ways to express it, feel free to do so, and I will be glad to listen, but I don't find violence as the way to do it. Even Sun Tzu says to defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence, as the military talks about supreme over the civilian government. Procurement of local civilian supplies, facilities, and services by the U.S. forces. This is at Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1, 3, 7, 14, and 17. Needful places and buildings for the needed supplies, for the needed peoples and their activities. The currency to be used by U.S. troops and the rate of exchange with the currency of occupied country. The currency to be used by U.S. troops and the rate of exchange with the currency of the occupied country. Like I said, there is no nationality here in the United States. It's known as United States of America, but there's no government of the United States of America. There's no national government. It's a federal government, which is a corporate entity operating in military fashion to protect the American interests. The right of the occupying forces to take direct emergency measures is always reserved. So it's not until the people themselves, whether by militia action or in militia action or without it, stand up and provide a government that can replace the military government. And again, I remind you, Sun Tzu says to defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence. And this is why the task that we have before us is so magnanimous and huge that we have to come together in order to do that, but we each have to come together individually by recognizing our own individual powers and having those full powers of recognizing the other individuals that have full powers. And the full powers I'm talking about is being able to delegate certain authorities with conscious thought and intent to be effective and positive, so that when I go handing off a duty like education as a mom or a dad or as a couple, mom and dad, I make sure that I'm handing that education off to somebody that will bring those children up in the ways of the Lord so they don't depart from the ways of the Lord. Not somebody that's going to indoctrinate them into a dogmatic system of duality and opposing dialectics. That's the basic problem, again, as I see it, in my opinion. Now it's going to tell us about the occupied territory. The occupied territory is any area in which military government is exercised by an occupying armed force. So again, that police force that we have that's using those military armaments and the military uniforms, using the stripes, badges, flags, and everything, showing that it is a military standing army. Civilian police force, which is military personnel. It does not include territory in which an armed force is located, but has not assumed authority over the civil government. It does not include a territory in which an armed force is located, but has not assumed authority over the civil government. So the local police force has assumed authority over the civil government. How did they do that? Okay. The sheriff has authority over the land. The police have authority over the contracts. Again, the mayoral form of government, considered a major form of government, is an extension of the long-arm statutes of Washington, D.C. for at-arm's length contracts with the civilians. And you're the civilians that go in and make those at-arm's length contracts with the local utilities, water company, landlords, and all this, the businesses and everything, by using those instrumentalities, those financial instrumentalities of government, and signing your wet ink signature on those documents. You're performing literally the same functions. As a contract officer, a contract postal unit, by posting data elements to their record under a presumed authority that you could do so without any liabilities, without knowing how to safeguard those liabilities. Liberated territory. Liberated territory is occupied territory, United States or allied. So they're saying that the United States is a liberated territory. Well, where is the United States located? It's located in Washington, D.C. So if it's in Washington, D.C., and United States is the liberated territory, is Washington, D.C. itself liberated, which has been recovered by action of an armed occupying force from enemy occupation or from rebels treated as belligerents. So the liberated territory is occupied territory, United States in this case, is located in Washington, D.C., And so what we have is the Library of Congress, which has all of the records of the United States that have been collected up. All of those national treasures. Remember, here a few years ago, people were trying to destroy those national treasures. So they've been taken off the grounds, the lands, the soil of certain places where people wanted to destroy those national treasures and been locked up safe so that the rebels and belligerents in their protests, their peaceful protests, wouldn't destroy said national treasures. So merely it's the record. And again, that's that National Archives record. It's a national treasure. They're going to logistically log in all the data elements that they consider a national treasure of importance to define the United States. Authority for establishment. The rules of international law and established customs of war provide the authority for the control by military government, and such control is exercised in accordance therewith. The rules of international law and the established customs of war. So the rules of international law as laid down in the law of nations would be established customs of war. And the rules of the international law laid down in the law of nations establishing those customs of war are otherwise known, and this is where the law comes in, as the principles of the laws of nature. So I tell you, yea, though I might walk with a shovel, there are many uses for a shovel. Yea, though I walk with a gun, it's not necessarily for war. So in our everyday interactions, we have to understand that when we go around using these laws, using these languages as if though we know what we're actually doing and saying, we might want to start thinking twice. Because if you don't understand the principles of the law of your own nature and how to lead yourself by your heart and not be confused by the lingua franca and the legalese and learn how to just simplify things. I've always been a simple man all my life. I tell my companion all the time, she's catching on still, slowly but surely, that I'm a very simple man. I don't like all the entanglement with the ambiguity and bullshit. I like things really simple. I like the mud squishing between my toes. I don't like the complications of having to get up and put shoes and socks on. Even that is a complication, even though it seems real simple too. So let's get back to it. Provide the authority for the control by military government, and such control is exercised in accordance therewith. So it's always supposed to be according to international law and established customs of war. And this again goes to that paperwork under the UCC for vendors is literally known as the Battle of the Forms. It is a customs of war practice to battle, even if you use words to do so instead of a shovel, instead of a gun. So again, to defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence because you know the simple basics of the words. You don't need to pick up a gun. You don't need to pick up a shovel. You should be able to learn how to stop this stuff before it gets to those points. The exercise of such control is assumed upon the occupation of an area by force or agreement. And Congress walked out Sindai. So it was literally just an allied force that walked in and said, okay, well, we'll provide you for a government until you learn how to stand up on your own. But in the meantime, we're only going to teach you so much that you probably ain't going to rise up and create your own government again. The rules of land warfare, which govern armed forces of the United States, are set forth in War Department Field Manual 2710 and War Department Technical Manual 27-251. Command responsibility. The theater commander, he's the one directing everything. He's the director. Remember, we talked about the director. He's gonna direct everything. He's gonna be there with the monophone and or megaphone and speaking out to everybody, telling them what to do. He's commanding everything, just like the orchestrator in front of a set of musicians. He's gonna sit there and he's gonna do this and all that and orchestrate it. Okay, it's all a big show, folks. Bears full responsibility for military government. Therefore, he is usually designated as military governor or civil affairs administrator, but is authorized to delegate his authority and title in whole or in part to a subordinate commander. Article 38 of the Liber Code. If the owner has not fled, the commanding officer shall cause receipts to be issued that may serve the spoliated owner indemnification. It's reciprocal, folks. He has all the powers granted by international law. He has full powers, plenipotentiary powers and plenary powers, as we just discussed here a few days ago. And the customs of war, Field Manual 2710, and all powers delegated to him by the executive branch of the United States government. Reason for establishment. The reason for the establishment of a military government are either military necessity as a right or the obligation imposed by international law, or obligations incurred by a treaty or other agreement with the government or combination of governments having jurisdiction. So again, we go to the taxes being paid to the UN and President Trump saying, no, we're not going to support you any further if you don't start paying your taxes. We're not going to give you that military protection if you don't start paying your taxes. I don't care if he said it or not, understand why he said it, but it doesn't matter that he said it because the UN is already expressed to do so. That's the very reason that they stick their nose into everybody's businesses, because they want to know if there's a conflict coming, if the government is going to be destroyed, and whether they're going to step in and provide a government for them. Ain't none of your business again. So, international law requires that the commander must take all possible measures to restore and maintain public order and safety when an armed force occupies enemy territory. So I got to ask, was the United States at peace with both Israel and Hamas? Who are the nations that United States is at peace with in this 193 countries through the UN? Aren't they all allies as particulates of the UN and those agreements? Aren't they the ones violating those treaties? Thus suspending the authority of the sovereign government. Again, I ask how the United States poses to have sovereignty if the sovereignty was suspended. The military occupation is proof that the sovereignty no longer exists. It's proof that there is no republic. That's what a republic form of government is based on. Multilateral agreements under a sovereignty that we all follow the same leader, a creator of the universe. Something greater than any man, something greater than any commander in any individual capacity that encompasses every last one of us. Or when in occupied territory, a friendly government is absent or unable to function properly. This is why I urge you people with the Second Amendment bullshit, learn how to rise up as functioning and friendly people, because now you comprehend the difference. Now you comprehend a better capability of your abilities. Greetings, JG. How you doing tonight, brother?
What's up, Keith? Good, man.
Good, good. Glad to hear you, brother. I always like seeing a true sojourner. I'm gonna start calling you Sojourner, if you don't mind. So it goes on to say, and this is an important part. I talk about the function. Everybody's performing the functions of public office. Very simple statement. It's the presumption is that you're performing the functions of public office, and that you're doing so properly, proper, because of the person. And you don't understand the difference between yourself and the person and those capacities. Military government is not confined to a belligerent occupation. Under international law and the United States Constitution, it is recognized that military necessity may require establishment of military government in the following cases, with or without consent of the existing or prior government in the territory concerned. Again, this is where Congress walked out sin die. Okay? It's not a belligerence. They came in and said, okay, well, they're not going to govern themselves. We have an interest in their agricultural products and commodities, so we're going to provide a government for them, and hopefully they'll let us do that so long as we're nice to them. And that's why they ended slavery and all of that. They wanted everybody to be part of it because they understood that if the people didn't understand the importance of the commodities and were willing to let somebody else govern them for them instead of being private contracts, then oh goodness, they got all kinds of people that are going to get themselves involved in a international trust, acting and functioning the same way as a public officer and not understand it. They will automatically just go ahead and subject themselves to the fines, fees, and penalties, agreeing that that is fair and just. Allied or United States territory, which has been dominated or occupied or is threatened by an enemy. 18 U.S.C. 7, special maritime territorial jurisdiction is their overlay to be able to go onto the land as a naval force according to the ultimate naval treaty to provide the services for such importing and exporting of the agricultural commodities by the people themselves. In order to do that, the people need us because they're not going to do it themselves. They're just going to stand here and dump everything in the fucking Boston Harbor. Okay? That's the presumption. I placate that if there wasn't, then the people might automatically just go back to the inherent system of bartering and trading locally, wherein that's where your power lies. United States territory recovered from rebels treated as belligerents. That's that Congress walked out sin die. They didn't want rebels coming in and taking over it, so they occupied it themselves. Degree of control exercised by occupying force. In forward combat areas and during early periods of occupation, strict control must be exercised over civilian population. In rear areas, as a suitable civil government is established, less strict controls are required and more authority can be delegated to civil officials. And that's what we have here today, 250 years beyond the Declaration of Independence and all of that. We have now a civilian government that is operating in a corporate fashion, believing they are just doing their job without knowing that they are part of that government and believe that it's just a job, when in fact that ID in their wallet shows that they are an officer or agent or some other representative of that military branch or agency. Very simple. It's all military documentation, and you subject yourself to it and agree to the penalties, even though you're not part of that military. The extent of control exercised varies with the favorable or adverse effect that the local population can have on military operations. Take, for instance, down in Florida with a massive coastline and marsh area where there's a massive amount of properties that have been abandoned, and you can go down and do what's known as adverse possession. In that adverse possession, they talk about maintenance of the land, just as we saw here earlier that the military occupying forces are supposed to maintain the land and the laws governing the land. And you make it favorable to yourself. The only way you can do that is by knowing your full powers and being able to appropriately express those full powers. Now, you can't have your own military, but you can certainly express that you are in agreement with the military protections at hand. And until you can become part of that republic form of government and fulfill your capacity in that, and then turn around and be able to assess the need for such military armaments yourself. So again, you wouldn't necessarily need those armaments yourself, but you accept the idea that there's a need for them in case somebody comes in to invade you. This is why there's an agreement for the local police forces. Again, I'm not very liking of it because of the way it actually operates now, but I do agree with the concept. It's just that the people in those capacities have no honor, and that again is the base foundation of the very problem we have today. You give everything up for comfort and convenience because you have no honor in being responsible for what is truly your responsibility, moms and dads. And again, you're not alone in this. I'm not blaming you or anything. I'm putting blame and condemning the very thing that causes it, and that's the actions, and I'm not innocent in that. The capability of the local civil government to control the civilian population. The local civil government, that's the major form of government at the local level, and that is the municipality where you have a mayor. And placate that you're a resident to that local municipality. You're not. The terms of any agreement made with any recognized government having authority over the area, example, a provisional government. The mayor is a provisional government. You elect him because you don't want to do it yourself. Therefore, the people got together and said, well, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Who do you want to do it? Who do you want to do it? Well, let's vote for him. This is what I talked about with the parlay. This is the same goddamn thing pirates do. When they want to determine whether they're going to go to war, they have a parlay, and everybody votes for themselves, so it doesn't bid them well. Here, everybody's getting together and voting for one person, and they're all voting for the wrong people. They're voting for people that are corrupt because they don't know them and they just placate. Well, somebody endorsed him, said he's going to do a good job.
Hey,
But you
Keith,
don't
is
know him
this
from
a
Adam.
good idea or a bad idea?
Yeah, I wouldn't have an idea at all, brother. I don't have one.
I'm saying this right here, though.
What is it? I don't see. I see an ID. Oh, you've got an ID and you're just covering things up. Still, they can rip that off and get to the information. And if not, then they try to get you for defacing government property. Again, telling you that that ID isn't yours. It's government property.
Nah, it's just kind of comedy, you know. Look at this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
They
I
can't
don't.
stop me.
Yeah, and that's why I appreciate you. I don't see why you got the ID. You know, of course, I imagine there's probably some kind of doctrine of necessity in there. I understand that myself, but I don't carry a particular ID myself at this point. Yet, at some point in time, I might get one. I don't know. It depends on what I can do to make sure that I can enforce that my rights, titles, and interests aren't going to be abated in it. So now we're going to get into the reciprocal things. And this is why I talk about, you know, with them auditors going out and saying, you know, when they get those traffic stops and they say, well, can I see your, what's your name and badge number? You know, when they're out there doing them audits and stuff, what's your name and badge number? You know, it's a reciprocal responsibility. So if you're going to ask them that, make sure you turn around and give them that same compliance and quit being so fucking ignorant and belligerent about it. Because again, the base foundation is understanding why they're asking for it and what it is they're really asking for, so you can give them data elements that they can't misconstrue. Listen, I understand you're looking for a name, and that name that you're looking for is the legal name. I'm not going to give you the legal name, but you can infer it yourself. But I'm telling you, that's not what I'm giving you. Understand, I am giving you one thing, and if you translate it or convert it to something else, that's on you. So you can't put it down as a first name, last name, or a legal name, because my given name is Keith. And once in a while, if mom and dad got really mad at me, they might call me Keith Orland. Now, I hail from the family Little, and I understand you're looking for a birth date. I don't know the exact birth date. I'd have to have the document in front of me. I do hear I was born around August 20th, 1966. So now, not only have I not given him a birth date, but if he writes it down as a birth date, there is a document that I can get as holder in due course that will prove that not only did he not know the right birth date, but in fact, he did take what I said was the day I was born on and put it down as a birth date, proving his incompetence. Reciprocal responsibilities of occupying force and inhabitants of occupied territory. The occupier has the right, as limited by international law and established custom, to demand and enforce from the inhabitants of the occupied area the obedience necessary to achieve the following. So again, the occupier has the right, as limited by international law and established custom. No person shall be subject to a penalty for failing to comply with the collection of information display a currently that doesn't display that does not display a currently valid OMB control number. Let me ask you, does that license that you have in your wallet, does that currently display a valid OMB number? And then they turn around and give you a traffic citation that doesn't display a currently valid OMB number. You see why I question this stuff, folks? Where were we? We were That's right. Here's where we're going to get to the good point. Okay. This is where they're going to tell you in the reciprocal responsibilities, your intent to achieve the following. To achieve the following. What is it the reciprocal intent to achieve is? The security of his forces and the accomplishment of the objectives of war. What happened to peace? What happened to peace and the non-combatant, peaceful, quote, civilians on the American lands that hasn't been at war since 1860, when Congress walked out and died? What happened? Huh? So the security of his forces and accomplishment of the objectives of war. Well, one of the objectives of war is to help a indigenous government raise itself. Then why has it been over 150 years, folks? Now, this one's only 1949, but again, the intents and principles follow back throughout the eons and are just being manipulated and changed for your own, for control of civilian populations. So it's not until the people wake up in mass and grow up in mass and rise up in mass in knowledge, not in armaments. Granted, again, I'm not going to dispel that. That is the inherent right and the inherent ability to be able to protect. So it is part of having full powers, and therefore it can't be dismissed. But I'm saying there's a better way than just trying to go around with a shovel, if you know what I mean. So the next one says maintenance of law and order, the administration of the area, and in return for such obedience, the inhabitants should be granted. Okay, so now we're talking about the trust. And if the grant is to the inhabitants, then they are the beneficiaries and not the goddamn trustees. Understand trust law. Freedom from all unnecessary or unwarranted interference with their individual liberty and property rights. Their individual liberty and property rights. Period of control. And this goes again to your own sovereignty and recognizing yourself as your own master and being able to have the full powers to make your own discernments in every situation. And this again is why that publication system is there, is to teach you to just remember to respond the same way and not use your logical thought processes so that you can change your opinions and decisions and choices as they too change. See, it's like the addict that wants to remain in his fucked up world and expect that the changing world around him will fix him. No, you've got to understand that the problem isn't the rest of the world and its changes, but your inability to accept and adapt to the changes. That's what the public education system does. It indoctrinates you into believing that you can live a nice, complacent, comfortable life that will never have to change. And all you have to do is grow in that prosperity of all the riches and gold. It's bullshit. You've been you've been deceived. Greetings, warrior of truth. How you doing tonight?
Hey, how's it going? All I know is I heard something about a shovel, and I said, hey, this is all me.
I'm talking about my younger days when I used a shovel to resolve a situation. Of course, it was only because of the situation that I ended up using a shovel. But it's one of those things where sometimes you're better off beating somebody without the shovel. And just because they raised it over my head and made a threat doesn't mean I I necessarily had to take it back from him and do what he was talking about. Sometimes
Right.
it is.
I was thinking paperwork, then shovel.
Yep. Yep. So back into it, says period of control. Under period of control, it says long as occupation continues, some degree of control is necessary. Military government may continue after the cessation of combat operations until it achieves the overall objectives towards which the combat operations were directed. So I got to ask, you know, from all these other countries that we go to war with, supposedly, and we insert these government setups, you know, what's going to happen when it fails again? Do we insert ourselves again? Do we end up with organizations like ISIS that turn around and after we supposedly defeat them and then replace their government with something that's supposed to be suitable and stable, they become overcome again, and now ISIS is expanded even further? What are we doing? Are we creating those beasts? Or are we actually doing something to protect those people? Because I don't see how it's a protection. I see it for, like the legalese said, it's a prestige and a benefit for them. And in this corporate capacity, it's for their corporate prestige and benefit for their corporate oligarchies.
Yeah, that's where I think your cryptocurrency and blockchain comes into play, because governments are warring with governments, and we're not necessarily as people warring with the people of these other countries. So we need to be peer to peer, communicate with them and contract with them and forget the damn government.
Yep, absolutely. And that's what we need to do, is understand that when enough people can educate themselves well enough to understand how a republic form of government is operated, and then take it upon themselves to be able to fill those operations. That's the problem. People think that in order to fulfill that government operation, they too must take upon that emolument. And I'm telling you, that's not where it's at. When we insist that a government has to be paid for what they're doing, that's why the tax system fails the people. Because now those taxes are going to be paid to the United States, as we read earlier, when they're supposed to be paid to the civilian, right? They're supposed to be collecting from the military, as we saw in this document, and then paid to the civilian. And what we have is a military government employing civilian employees that are then acting against the true free people that aren't part of the military and taking their property for the United States. It's wrong. Mission, principles, and policies. A mission. The mission of the theater commander in exercising his authority as military governor is to assist military operations. Primary mission during combat. Primary mission during combat is to assist military operations.
The mission of the theater commander. What the hell is that? Theater commander?
Yeah, who's the commander in chief?
Theater commander, though? Theater?
Yeah, it's all a show, don't you know? That's what the entertainment's all for. It's all using language.
No, it's not.
And pictorial presentations to indoctrinate your mind to believe that your comfortable life at home is peaceful because there's a military force that's protecting you, when in fact, you've been indoctrinated into that military force and are being subjected to that military force through an experiment that proved itself by logistical record keeping. You think the Truman Show is fake? They've been keeping records on people for a long time, brother. And it's only because of that record that it's implied that you're part of that association. If you don't give them those data elements, then they don't become part of their logistics, and they can't see your name in their record as being a penal officer by using a name and address. And it's that simple.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna look that shit up. The theater commander. That might be my new MO.
There you go. There you go. That's why I say I would never let anybody else write my story with my pen or their pen. It's my story. I'm going to write it. To assist in fulfilling the obligations imposed on him under international law and the customs of warfare to the civilian population. Imposed upon him under international law and customs of warfare to the civilian population. That's not the organization, but this here says the population. To further national policies. Again, if there's no nation, then what national policies is he furthering? What nation are we getting those policies from? The primary mission after combat. So if the combat's over, Civil War's over, Congress walked out and die, how come we haven't established national policies? Well, we have. We've established a democracy. No, that's a corporatocracy. Again, look at it. United States is a corporate entity, not a federal government. Then they define federal government, and then they still don't give you a national government as so defined. Look it up. There is no national government in the United States, just like there's no birth registration in the United States. United States is not a nationality, folks. It's merely a record for corporate activities. Principles, military necessity. This is keeping your houses in order, folks. Again, a man is subject to God, a woman is subject to the man, and the children are subject to the women. And the only way a man can protect his household is by the word of God, rightly dividing the word of truth, so that if he does have to sell off his cloak and buy a sword, he will do so. That's the necessity, only when needed. We don't need a military government here, do we? See, a military government is for people that might rise up and cause war. And that's why I hate it when people think they have a right to protest. You do not have a right to protest. The government says, or the Constitution says, and it goes along with ideology again, that to defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence, that you have a right to petition the government for redress so it doesn't get to a goddamn protest or war. The primary consideration underlying military government activities during combat is military necessity. Doing those things which are necessary to accomplish the combat mission. The supremacy of the commanding officer, the theater commander has delegated to him by his own government the full responsibility, having full powers, for military government to enable him to accomplish his mission. And therefore, I'm telling you, under the full armor of God, I have the full powers, the same as David did when he fought against Goliath. I don't give a fuck what kind of giant you got. I was already in the lion's den, and I already walked out of the lion's den with all kinds of them roaring at me, telling me to sign this document. I ain't gonna sign. You ain't my daddy. Fuck off. We roar a little different. I hear a meow. Little fucking pussies. Need everybody else to back you up. I have one and one only, the mighty one. If you can't stand it, get the fuck out of the kitchen. In the meantime, turn up the heat. My soul is the sacrifice, and the body is proof of it. 3, personnel assigned to the military government duties. Personnel assigned to military government duties. So let's talk about that enumeration at birth, wherein they assigned a social security number to the individual's name that then identifies a record and is known as an individual, and they keep records on individuals, and those are supposedly employees under 5 U.S.C. 551A. 5 U.S. Code employees, individual records 551A. And that says, again, if it's a military code, they are military employees and therefore military personnel. And this, of course, again, is why the military or civilians have the right to arrest or make citizens arrests. The law is uniform throughout all jurisdictions. If they have a right to do something, you do too. You just have to learn how to do so and assert it in the proper way. To defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence. They found a way to use paperwork to have other people come get you and do things.
Theater
Leviticus,
commanders, theater strategy, organize the theaters, and establish command relationships for effective joint operations. I thought it was something a little different, but I got it now.
It's all military operations. And when we think about that, let me pull up King James Version, Leviticus 25 verse 44. Because when it comes to these people that put me in that cage and act like lions, roaring at me, telling me I got to do this and I got to do that, it tells us that both thy bondsmen and thy bondsmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondsmaids. And this is what's telling me that when we think about this stuff, and they're using these contracts against us, when we learn how to flip the script and use the contract against them, now we get the benefit and we make them the slave in doing so. We give up our slavery and we no longer fall to the idiocy of the language. We learn how to correct it again. Isaiah 54:17. No tongue shall prosper against you. You shall rise up and condemn anybody that places judgment against you. And this is by knowing the words and learning how to correct them. Pure and simple. So, continuing on, it says, commands having area responsibility have special staff sections composed of military government officers who prepare plans for, advise commanders and staffs concerning, and perform staff supervision of military government units. Again, it is United States for a reason. It is united military contracts. You are a contract postal unit. You're a contract officer, agent, instrumentality officer, whatever. It's a usufruct, and they're using your idiocy against you. Attach, and again, I'm not saying I'm all better than that. I'm saying I've learned. I used to be that same bitch-ass slave, folks. Attached to combat units and administrative commands having area responsibility are military government units which supervise civil government administration. So who's supervising the administrative courts? Why do you think that admiralty flag is in that court? Don't let any judge sit there and say, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. The administration is supervised by the occupying military force. Believe it or not. Argue it all you want, but you're going to have to argue it with the occupying military force, not me. Civilian commercial activities and civilian service organizations. So they have to be commercial and they have to be services. Okay? You have to be a servant in commerce. These units do not duplicate the functions of other military units, but rely on administrative and technical services for appropriate assistance, not authority. Assistance, not any kind of authority, delegated or otherwise. and this goes to the 10th Amendment, the powers not otherwise delegated unto the United States in the Constitution and not prohibited by it or to it in the Constitution shall therefore be reserved to the states respectively or the people. Flexibility of plan. Military government plans must be sufficiently flexible to facilitate, remember these terms, the utilization of existing governments and of as many civilian services as possible. So while you're doing your job in that civilian service, again, you are merely part of a flexible plan. Continuity of plan and personnel means there has to be a continuous nexus tying them together for that supposed authority. Efficient control of civilians in any community requires continuity of control by the same personnel and a minimum of change in policies. A minimum of change in policies, not hundreds of policies every goddamn year, building more and more upon the policies that they already have, placating that they somehow have some magical control over everybody. It's all false, people. Once they are promulgated. Facilitating policies injure prestige of the occupying forces. Vacillating policies injure the prestige of occupying forces. You guys understand that? Do you know what vacillating means? Vacillate, alternate or waver between different opinions or actions. Indecisive. That's literally the only way that you can construe these codes and everything that we have today. Again, I urge you to think about it. If all of them codes literally come from the scriptures and we have the scriptures bound in one book, then why do we have thousands of books that we have to refer to in these codes and everything? Absolutely. Slaves, obey your earthly masters in everything and do it, not only when their eye is on you and to curry their favor, but with sincerity of heart. But see, it's earthly masters, not earthly heathens. These people aren't masters. This is the thing about, Keith, how are you going to learn how to fly like an eagle if you keep hanging with that flock of turkeys? Mom, you're dressing people with the same fucking paintbrush. You think that an attorney is an eagle. That attorney is fucking corrupt. I don't see him as the eagle. I see him as a pile of shit. While the guy over here next to me with the long hair, buck teeth, and sandals and uneven pant legs or something, that's a true motherfucker because his actions speak louder than his words. He ain't never offended me. He ain't never thought about taking shit from me just because he fucking wanted to or somebody else said he could. See, we have to learn that these scriptures that we go through, again, I don't stand on the scriptures. I use them. It's a usufruct system. And if you know how to use them, you can change them up for your purposes to express an idea that is clear and succinct. Again, not even equating it to truth, but factual here and now. It's not about being anything other than yourself and being able to discern what your part in this world is. Not listening to what everybody else is calling you in those ad hominems and saying, well, you belong here, and telling you, now you got to go there and do that. That's only the way people wish it would work because they want control. So, Policies.
People
Go
don't
ahead.
know what they want.
Exactly. And that's the ironic part of it, JG. You know, and this is one of the things that I appreciate about you going and riding the country and not sitting there in front of a fucking boob tube and eating all the processed foods and drinking the poisonous drinks and everything. You know, there comes a point in our lives, people, that we have to understand that we need to learn how to do things for ourselves. And if we don't, and we keep teaching our younger children that somebody else will do it for them, this is how you do it, how you get them to do it. We're in my opinion, again, of course, it's the only thing I can place is that, in my opinion, we're just going to be in a greater degradation of ourselves. We only fault or put ourselves in a bad spot by taking on those conveniences, thinking that they're going to be a benefit, and that's the only way. The way they can truly be a benefit is if you see that as a benefit yourself. I don't see it as a benefit. If you've got somebody else saying you have to do certain things in order to acquire things that you can do naturally on your own, then that's not a benefit. It's truly an indoctrination system saying that you need somebody else to do it for you. Treatment of population. Again, this is where that military personnel and everything, they're not supposed to be touching you folks. And again, I'll go over it through the International Red Cross sometime. They have specific delegated authority at the international level through the Red Cross for such military occupations that they're not supposed to be acting in such a way towards the civilian populations at all. So the IRC is a international equivalent to what's being stated here. This is just from the local military, the occupying force itself, while the IRC will show you and equate it the way I'm stating it, that they're not supposed to be pulling us over alongside the road. They're not supposed to be trying to pull in taxes from the civilian population when the tax is supposed to come from the military and be paid to the civilian population for their very use of the things that they get from the military or from the civilian population under those agriculture and commodities. See, that's why I say the taxes have already been paid through the gross domestic product. It goes to the IMF and gets deposited as a credit, and that's a credit to the people, not to the military. The military merely gathered it through its commodities exchange and put a value to it and donated that a certain percentage of that value to the IMF. That's supposed to go back to the people. International requires and sound policy dictates just and reasonable treatment of inhabitants of occupied territory. This is again why I say if this nation really thinks it's strong, it would educate the people in this stuff so that they could prove that it's strong and have its own government. But instead, we have a military government that is out there fighting wars in foreign countries that's saying that it's strong enough to protect its people, but it's just a corporate entity and doesn't have the people's support. It can't. If the people don't understand their militia power, having full powers of being able to be a military force without having to be required to sign up for fucking selective service, then they have been indoctrinated deeply. Such treatment encourages the support of the occupier by the inhabitants. You take upon the convenience and comfort of having somebody else provide a government for you because you refuse to stand up for yourself, and that's the material evidence that shows that we ain't going to keep a republic because there's too many lazy fucks out there wanting to have fun sitting back on family night watching boob tube and laughing at somebody else's comedic life. To me, it's sickening. And again, I'm not blaming you. I'm not putting you down. I'm very upset at the actions that and the things that we say and do to each other. Again, not excluding myself. reduces the effort required to maintain law and order, and gain support for national policies. Again, there they go, placating national policies that we don't have. Actually, you could call them national policies all you want. But in effect, if you don't have a national government and all you have is a military government without the indigenous government supporting it, making a national government, then you don't have that national government. And if the indigenous people don't understand their indigenous rights to provide that indigenous government in support of the military government, then again, all you have is the military government. And when people want to rise up as a militia, as an indigenous people, and don't understand that, they're following to the concept that that military isn't here for them as well. All you have to do is learn how to make them stand on that. Who would disagree? Particularly some officer in a military uniform that, hey, aren't you here to protect the people? I don't give a fuck if some goddamn judge said the police don't have a responsibility to protect the people. The fuck they don't. Through reason and logic, sound policy dictates. Sound policy dictates. Reduces the effort, This policy does not prohibit necessary punitive measures. It only forbids unnecessarily harsh measures which would only defeat the aims of the commander. And any measure against a civilian population that is not subject to the very penalties is beyond reason. Military necessity dictates that the welfare of inhabitants be safeguarded to the extent of preventing them from becoming a hazard to the troops because of disease or disorder. And the disorder is a spell of illness, wherein therefore from you were indoctrinated in a public education system through propaganda without order. See, they told you to remember things. They didn't tell you how to take and observe things in order so you could contemplate them and discern them for yourself so you could react in proper manner. And that's why you think you have a right to protest and be disorderly. Humanity encourages the maintenance of as good conditions as military necessity permits. This is why you have HUD that says that the Section 8 housing has to pass certain inspection requirements. Okay? They have to have maintenance of as good conditions as military necessity permits. Control measures applied to civilian community vary according to the degree of civilian cooperation and the immediate mission of the occupying force. Control measures applied to a civilian community vary according to the degree of civilian cooperation and the immediate mission of the occupying force. So when you rise up in protests in the big cities and they start sending in all that military equipment, now you see where it's coming from. I urge you to stop. Retention of existing laws, customs, and political subdivisions. Occupying forces retain local laws, customs, and institutions of government and political divisions and subdivisions unless such retention conflicts with the aims of the military governor. So again, why are we legislating hundreds of laws a year? Because the local laws conflict with the convenience of the military government officials, and they all want everything for themselves. That's why they're using this corporate oligarchy to take over the private investments and steal everything from the dumb people that don't know what's going on. And then turn around and call their military buddies to come get their property for them because you gave it up with a fight as a belligerent combatant because you didn't know anything better.
Yes, doing bad things feels good to people.
You broke up on that. Say again.
That's like people get off on that. These These people enjoy
Some of
they
them,
enjoy
yeah.
the schemes. They
Yeah,
enjoy the bullshit.
I met a gal that worked 2 jobs. I was working as a pit cook at night at the local village inn, and she was a waitress. And we were talking about her second job one night. She said she was a police officer, and I asked her why she became a police officer. Common question to ask people like that. She said because she wanted to dominate men. She likes. She didn't just like, but she gets off, is what she said. She said she gets off on arresting men. That's
Yeah,
psychotic.
she's probably a lesbian.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I never got into those details with her. I was, that made me sick. I didn't have any other curiosity out of her when she said that.
Well, yeah, I mean, these people that are fucking, fucking people over, changing the laws and whatnot. You got if you're doing something, you got to enjoy it.
Yeah.
If you're coming up here, educating us and helping us open our heads to what's going on, I mean, you got to enjoy it, Keith. I'm sure you do enjoy it.
Absolutely. I love expressing the mentality that I have, and I can only hope that let me put my camera back on because I want to look at you guys, even though I can't see you. I just want you to be able to see me, I guess. I do have a certain level of pride in being able to come forth and do the things that I do with these languages and definitions. And my only thing is that I have hope. I'm not going to call it faith here, but I have hope that people on the other end, like I said, I can explain it to you, but I can't comprehend it for you. So I can only hope that people will pay attention enough to do their own research. Again, like I said, don't believe me, don't believe the neighbor, don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Do your research, not just with me here, but above and beyond here, so you can come to your own discernment as to whether it applies to you. And so I can only hope that you will do those kind of things so that you can come to know the same things that I believe I'm knowing here. And it is what's setting me apart from what my past life was like. I have done several private writings that have negated situations that otherwise would have ended up in court or bank monies come up missing. It's not a matter of having to, what everybody else believes, go out and get a job so you can have an income so you can bring money in, but the ability to be able to rebut the fact that you need the money to begin with when you can negotiate each one so that everybody in that negotiation benefits, and therefore it shouldn't really cost anybody anything. So as we continue on, it says retention of local government departments and officials. Military governors may retain, suspend, or discontinue the departments of the civil government and the tenure of officials in accordance with need for them and with policies promulgated by higher authority. Now, this is what we see happening with the U.S. Code as they change the various different things through over the years. We used to have, as we see in this document, the Department of the Army, Department of the Navy, the Department of the Air Force, and the Department of the Marines. Today, we have the Department of Defense, and those are departmental agencies within the Department of Defense today. So now we have one department that has departmental agencies known as the Department of the Army, Department of the Navy. They still remain that department capacity, but now they have a superseding authority of a greater department that was created to delegate authority. Military governors, as far as practical, govern the civilian population through retained or appointed civilian officials and authorized civil agencies. This is Article 53 of the Libre Code, where it expresses that if you remain behind voluntarily with prisoners of war, then you will be used or dismissed as the commanding officer sees fit. Article 53 of the Libre Code, restated. Such officials should be reliable, qualified, and respected by the community, and willing to comply with the military government directives. But, sir, I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing my job. I'm not part of the military. You may not think you are, but you are subject to the supervision of military directives, whether you like it or not. Just because you don't understand the language doesn't mean it's not there, and doesn't mean that's not how it's interpreted or stated. It's in plain writing. You can't restate it any better. Military government personnel avoid acting as operating officials of civil government. Military government personnel avoid acting as operating officials of civil government, while at the same time, officials of the civil government avoid acting as military government personnel, which is in fact what they are. Again, according to the record, in the capacities and delegations of authorities, you're operating in a military capacity. Civilian officials serving under military government direction are provided necessary protection from elements of the population hostile to the United States Armed Forces and military government authority. However, again, we have a nation of people that don't understand it and sit in those occupied offices as police, and then, instead of providing the necessary protections, violate them, and then have those very same courts, administrative courts, that are posing these supposed laws as being valid, are the ones that are saying the police don't have any responsibility to protect. Again, I ask, who the fuck are these people, and where the fuck is their competence? So again, for further details concerning political government and administration, see paragraph 20. Political prisoners, again, relative to Article 53 of the Labor Code, persons imprisoned by the previous government for political reasons are released after investigation in conformance with national policy. Preference is given such released prisoners in allocating housing, care, processing, and repatriation. Again, I want to ask you why you would need a passport in order to leave the country then. Anybody got a good answer to that? If you're a free man and not subject to penalty, and they're supposed to protect you, why would you need a passport to leave? And why is it they want to let so many goddamn motherfuckers in through the border? And again, I'm not saying that they're supposed to regulate them. I'm just pointing out the inconsistency why they would let so many people in without documentation, while demanding that 380 million people on the land already provide such documentation. It's fucking facetious. Economic policy in relation to occupied areas. The basic economic policy of the United States is to develop occupied areas as a source of supply for further operations, and to use available goods and services for the satisfaction of immediate military and civilian needs. To revive and stimulate the economy in occupied areas in order to reduce to a minimum the needs of the occupied area for United States and Allied assistance. Then why is the entire world dependent on the U.S. dollar? Somebody give me a holler, because that's what I see as the problem. Again, if it's the United States posing these gross domestic products in order to reduce to a minimum the need of the occupied area for the United States, then why is every state in the unions ceding their jurisdiction to the United States? Oops. To promote the economic rehabilitation to the extent necessary to accomplish the objectives of the occupation. So if the objective of the occupation is to stimulate economy in occupied areas in order to reduce to a minimum the needs of the occupied area for United States and Allied assistance, then why hasn't it happened in 250 fucking years? Why is it? Am I the only one that comprehends the establishment of a republic form of government in that the people need to stand up and take over those government offices? Do you think that you would have a greater vote? Let me ask everybody. Do you think you would have a greater vote for people like Trump that would take upon an office without having to take upon an emolument and have to enforce those taxes? So if we had an entire government that was operating on that basic tactic, that they were just going to let their cup over well because they had the astute experience of having full power to know how to act in response and enforce the protection of the very people that put them in that office if they did it without having to be paid for it. How many people do you think would rise up and rather vote for somebody that's willing to do it without being paid for it? Even that concept alone, don't you think would pose that most people would believe that maybe he has a better understanding of how to do it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I say with the technology we have now, everybody could vote on every issue that we have through the internet and everyone could have a voice. You don't need no fucking representative.
Exactly. That's what's being held against you guys again, folks. It's the record. It's the record. Quit giving them that record.
Yeah, we should all have a voice on voting on issues instead of giving our power away to idiots.
You do, but you keep voting in wrong people and doing it in the wrong manner. You gave up your right to elect for a vote.
Yeah, but there ain't no system set up where I can go online and say I want to vote on environmental issues and I could click yay or nay with my fucking vote.
That's because you have to address it that's because you have to address it at the most basic individual level. That's yourself first. You have to become the man that you're looking for in these offices. It's the only way it's going to happen, folks.
I don't want office. I just want public accountability where we
I don't either, but no, I'm not saying that. I don't either, but I understand having the full powers to do so. That when people come to me in the public, even though I don't hold an office, they can ask me questions as it relates to their business matters.
Are great.
Right.
Like advising on issues and stuff.
Right. Do you need to have an office in order to be able to advise people? Or can you do that at any time within any building and not need a principal place of business?
Yeah. Well, that goes back to like the tribal elders. You come to them when you have an issue and you get advice from someone that has wisdom.
Yes, and that's what I was talking about earlier in the stream. The Blue Jackets manual talks about a captain's mast. It's the master on the boat. It's called captain's mast, and it deals with everything from penalties all the way up to rewards because he has full powers to make decisions in everything on the ship. So when it comes to a community, you have to learn how to be able to make decisions as it relates to everything within a community. You have to be able to understand you have power in advising your community people how to institute various different mechanisms of government, whether it be an emolument or an honorary place. The next one, it says to promote the economic rehabilitation to the extent necessary to accomplish the objectives. I got to ask you to mute when you're done, brother. It says to promote the economic rehabilitation to the extent necessary to accomplish the objectives of the occupation. So what is the objective of the occupation if you wanted to allow the locals to become dependent, yet you pose that you permeate all parts of society in order to support them in their incompetence, and then institute a public education system that does not teach them a goddamned thing about how it works. You just teach them to remember things so that you can work it the way you want to work it. Again, I urge people, quit sending your children to them public education, concentration, propaganda, indoctrination camps. For detailed activities to accomplish the objectives stated in A above, see paragraphs 31 through 37. Health of inhabitants of occupied areas. Health of civilians is safeguarded to protect the troops. Health of the civilians is safeguarded to protect the troops and to minimize relief measures required. Then why is it you're requiring everybody to have insurance that then places a fictional cost and tax on the very economic system that you pose is so fucking good for everybody? Public health laws are enforced and public health services normal in the community are continued. Excuse me. Back in the day, it was normal for doctors to go door to door and deal with patients privately. And if the patient didn't want to give them a fucking name or something, they didn't have to. It was a private deal. And if that patient didn't have money, the doctor was still compelled out of the goodness of his heart and his passion for his leading industry of being a spiritual healer, that, hey, if he doesn't help him, that being will suffer. It comes out of passion, not out of emoluments. So that if that man didn't have a way to pay, someday in his future, if he came across a bumper crop, he could say, hey, Doc, remember that time? Yeah, I really appreciate it. I don't know if I'd have made it without you. May you be blessed. Here's extras I've got. Thank you again. See, that's the way it's supposed to work, folks. Owe no man anything but to love one another. Not customs of war. For details concerning implementation of this policy, see paragraph 24. And again, that relates again to the acquisitions under federal regulations 48 CFR 52.212-5, contract terms and conditions required to implement statutes or executive orders, hyphen, commercial items, commercial services. All for the economy, folks. Respect for religious customs and organizations. International law requires that religious convictions, and this is why I say now I'm already convicted. You can no longer convict me. I will stand up and condemn the words that you use to judge me, for none of them shall prosper against me. They shall be used rightly, and practices be respected. Consequently, places of religious worship are not closed unless necessary as a security or sanitary measure. And now you know why all that happened with the 2019 to 2023 bullshit. Or unless there is evidence that an undesirable nationalistic or political ideology is being practiced under the guise of religion. Discriminatory laws. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion. What? So understand again, this is not a law. Respect for religious customs and organizations. International law requires that religious convictions and practices be respected. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion. Yet here we are, seeing that Congress is making laws used by local police officers and sanitary measures that aren't there. The vaccine does not work. COVID is fake. I don't give a fuck what you say. That's my opinion. And if you try to strike my channel, again, feel free. But be prepared. See, I don't give a fuck about your false claims, folks. I don't give a fuck about the lingua franca. I don't give a fuck about your legalese. The truth is as it is. This is inconsistent with the very statements that everybody seems to believe, that Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion. Why is that? Because the respecting of the establishment of religion has already been had. It doesn't need to be restated. That's where you get your laws. Because again, above and beyond customs of war, it is inherently known by all military leaders that to defeat one's opponent without fighting is of supreme excellence. So the discriminatory... Excuse me? Say that.
Art of War.
Yep, Sun Tzu, Art of War. So as we go on, it says discriminatory laws. Discriminatory laws based on race, color, creed, or political convictions may be repealed as soon as the situation permits. Freedom of speech and press. To the extent that military interests are not prejudiced, freedom of speech and press is instituted and maintained. So, freedom of speech and press. To the extent that the military interests are not prejudiced. So in all these corporate activities that are trying to say, hey, you're not supposed to be speaking on that, or that's copyright, or this or that, and then try to get your channel struck, or your comments deleted, or timed out, or whatever, whatever it is, Facebook saying, well, this is false. Fact finders find this is false. Do you really want to post it? Fuck yeah, I want to post it. And while I post it, I'm going to show how ignorant the fucking fact checkers are. And while I'm pointing out how ignorant the fact checkers are, I'm going to point out how ignorant it is that you have a policy saying that a creator can't state what's on his fucking mind as long as it's not threatening, while you pose as a fucking publisher. All you do is provide a platform for other people to publish their creative thoughts, and then you try to interject as if though you have authority to censor them. You ignorant fucks. I love Mark Zuckerberg getting all torn up in front of the fucking legislature. I love it. Eat him up. Show the people of the world how ignorant that fuck is. He was the first one I blocked on Facebook, folks. The next one is where we're going at. Say what?
Nah, that's pretty funny. First guy blocked.
Oh, yeah. First one I blocked on Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg. I didn't want him in my business. I knew what he was all about already. That was 10 years ago. 10 years ago before all this even came up. And guess what? He tried censoring a couple things when I first got in. Content no longer available. So I wrote him a nice little letter. Right away. Anyway, getting on to the next one, this is where the enumeration at birth comes in. Being a military Department of Defense issue, applicable to the Department of Defense under 5 U.S.C. 301, minimum birth registration requirements. And one of them is that you are a United States citizen born in the United States, and there's no birth registration in the United States. So it disqualifies already, but they still create that birth registration in order to create a death certificate that once that death certificate is issued, they can access that record that's been established throughout your life with all the data elements so that they can archive those data elements and the logistics into the Library of Congress. And that's for this census. Pure and simple. Only the census. It's a record-keeping system. That's it. Has no truth to it. So we continue on, and it says, protection of the archives and records. Archives and records, both current and historical. And that's the only value they have in them, is what they call a historical value. And I mentioned that here last week or so in one of my videos. All branches of government of the occupied area are of immediate and continuing use to military government. It is essential to seize and protect them. So again, when people were trying to tear down the national monuments and stuff, they had it. This is what they're using. It's essential to seize and protect them because they are national treasures. They don't care whether they come from the rebel South and had some kind of racism connotation to them or not. It's a national treasure, and it's supposed to be protected. That's it. They don't give a fuck about your racist or your opinions. Not one bit. Seizure and protection of mail and documents. Mail and documents found in post offices and other central communication centers are a source of intelligence information. It is an intelligence community. I urge you to step up your intellect. Mail and documents found in post offices and other central communication centers are a source of intelligence information. They are seized and protected and made available to the intelligence agencies. Again, going back to the enumeration at birth, that opens up that record to over 500 agencies nationwide. Protection of shrines and works of art. Except where military necessity makes it impossible. Historical and cultural monuments, works of art, and religious shrines are preserved. Again, going to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 of the Constitution of the United States and the Treaty of Berne, protecting literary and artistic works under the law of nations, so that no nation shall be lost and all will be remembered. Military government responsibilities. Organization and operations. All this great stuff. We're going to be reading on and trying to compact down into a structure. Theater commander, theater Navy commander, theater Army commander, theater air commander, political advisor. Political advisor. What's this here? Theater Army forces, because everything comes from the land. And everything that you speak is some form of theater, whether it be air, land, or water. Theater Army forces, military government units are from the on-land occupied area. But the Theater Army commander, chief of staff, and general staff are all the writers. And it's all under political advisement. It's all a political advisement. So what political advisement are they getting in a bipartisan system? Is the Theater Army commander Republican or Democratic? Do you guys see a problem in this? I do. So let's go back up. Military government responsibilities, probable political, economic, and social conditions existing in occupied territories. Probable political. Do you guys see the problem with that? If the military government is providing the politic, the political structure, and if the people rise up, like John F. Kennedy Jr. is trying to do, the People's Party, or We the People Party, trying to create a new political branch, how is that going to work? What happens if we elect John F. Kennedy Jr. under We the People Party? Does that get rid of the democracy of a Democratic and Republican House? You see the importance of knowing how government is constructed in order to be able to come into these platforms and make it effective? I hope he knows what he's doing. I mean, he is a military man of sorts. Commanders may encounter one or more of the following conditions in an occupied territory which will affect their responsibilities. Political conditions. Civil administration may be hampered by absence of officials, presence of unreliable officials, destruction of essential records and equipment, loss of control by public safety agencies, and shortage of public safety personnel may result in rioting, looting, property damage, and general disorder. I think this is fear-mongering here, because I think as peaceful people already not needing a military force and not standing as a militia threatening against this military force, it placates that the people are already peaceful and won't necessarily go in and just start looting because there's no local control. I don't know where they think that local control is given up because they're removed. They're only placating that they remain because if they do move, there will be a loss of local control. How is that so if the reciprocal concept of the civilians or the inhabitants agree with the military government that they don't want the United States in their business, so they're going to work towards that ends of not being dependent, and therefore they don't need to control the local area. The local people agree reciprocally, yeah, we'll take care of our own duties. Yeah, we'll need, let's see here, according to this population, 50,000, I think we need 10 tanks. We're going to need so many RPs and so many of these kind of guns and this and that. Yeah. Make it so. See, and that's not what's happening because nobody understands how it's supposed to work. And maybe even I'm wrong in my comprehension. I don't know. All I know is that to me, it seems like this, that when I read through this stuff, there's all kinds of inconsistencies that many people in this supposed government and in these supposed civilian positions are placating, I'm just doing my job. When in fact, they're part of the military and have an utmost duty in that military trust to the people for that very grant of protection and allowance to sit in that office, to be a public servant. And again, I'm not saying that these people hold any such authority that's so great and massive, or that I'm not substantial in that myself. I am a public servant myself to the people in public. However, my public service is a different kind of trust. I do it. Every word of God is pure, and he is and it is a trust, or is a shield unto him who put their trust in God. So my public service to you is constantly affirming that he who believed in God be careful to maintain good works, for these things are good and profitable unto men. We continue on with physical conditions. And it says acute shortage of housing for people in business may exist. Bullshit. Bullshit. Like I said, they got all these fucking immigrants coming in, and they're housing them in these hotels through frauds and bribes and everything. And in the meantime, we got thousands upon thousands upon thousands of homeless veterans alone, not including all the other homeless women, men, women, and children that aren't even veterans. Plenty of homes to house them. It's just that people like banks think that they own them and that they serve a better purpose for using them as a commercial purpose, and they can only have residents and people qualified to be residents. While in the meantime, again, that very military supervision is supposed to be protecting the motherfucking inhabitants. Where the fuck, again, is the competence of the people to understand this?
Why did they care so much about the aliens, the illegals? Why are they on their side? Why are they taking care of them?
Because it gives them a job. See, again, if the people, the inhabitants, rise up with the proper government, the republic form of government, that aren't taking emoluments, it doesn't drive the commercial system. Whereas everybody that's got this job says, I'm just doing my job. And at the end of the day, they're going to go home and they're going to see their family. They're going to have that paycheck. That's the only thing that matters to them. And the only way they can get it and keep it and have it at such an enormous rate so that all they got to do is sit on their ass all day long doing paperwork is to make sure that the people are indoctrinated to believe that they need them to do it for them. So again, when the people learn how to rise up and take responsibility for themselves and know that they have the full powers, only then will people start losing those jobs. Go ahead.
You also have to have a border to have a nation.
Well, yeah, and it's like we read or heard yesterday in the language thing about frontiers. We no longer have any frontiers here in America. Everybody's supposed to be according. One of the things I gotta point out about this immigration thing. If we already have the USMCA, which is the United States Mexico Canada Agreement, saying that there's already a cooperative agreement, then what the fuck is the problem with letting them motherfuckers come across the border? This just sounds so fucking stupid to me. Destruction.
It is.
Destruction of essential service installations such as railways, streetcars, electrical power generating and distributing systems, water systems, and sewage systems may have occurred. All I can do is think about Flint, Michigan. May have occurred. Yet here it is. It's occurring in modern times by the very people that are supposed to be motherfucking protecting us again. Again, where is the competence of these ignorant motherfuckers that people put in these positions? Economic conditions. Commercial and industrial facilities may have been destroyed by fighting or by sabotage. Shortage of foodstuffs and key industrial supplies may exist in population centers because of failure of transportation. Unemployment of labor. Absence of managerial personnel. Money becoming increasingly less valuable. Social conditions. Large numbers of refugees and displaced persons desiring to be repatriated to their homes may be present. You see where this is going to have an effect on that welfare? Private and public welfare institutions may have been wholly or partially destroyed and may require assistance in securing necessary supplies. Now that they've been assisted and they can secure the necessary supplies, and they've founded themselves on a good foundation and are fully constructed now. Private and public welfare institutions may have been wholly or partially destroyed and may require assistance in securing necessary supplies. They're beyond that point, and now they're in the greedy point where if we let in more people from our southern borders, we can indoctrinate them too. They'll be glad to take up our free education system. See where that goes? Sometimes I often wonder too, as the rhetoric has been going lately, that they're going to have these immigrants in positions of law enforcement. Now, I might suggest that despite there might be a slight language barrier somewhere along the way, the people that they would put in those positions would have some kind of English education. And coming from a desolate country, or a desolate position maybe in that country, not that the country is desolate, but coming from a desolate position, maybe coming to America to enhance their life, knowing that their rights are very inherently most important, would maybe protect them rights and actually protect the people a little bit more than these cocksuckers we got today. Excuse my language. Private and public welfare, and I may be wrong on that, I don't know. Private and public welfare institution may have been da-da-da-da. The water supply may be disrupted or polluted. Hospital facilities and medical supplies may be extremely scarce. Dead may be found unburied, and epidemics of disease may be imminent. Epidemics of disease may be imminent. Do you suppose that was a test? Need may greatly exceed the supply of professional personnel, such as doctors and engineers. You know, they had a shortage of doctors and nurses there for a while. And now they're getting rid of some of those doctors, nurses, and police officers. Some places are going unfunding. We've seen people that certain communities that got rid of their entire police force, or certain communities where the entire police force quit. Is any of it coming true? Again, I placate that when it comes down to it on this fucking nation or on this land, the people generally have a more common sense of peacefulness and can do such things by themselves without your military armaments to keep a fence up, or to state a boundary, whether it be emotional or a physical boundary. Again, that's not saying the entire population. I agree. There's a lot of idiots out there, folks. But there's a lot more people like myself out there than you might imagine. Division of military government functions within each command. Military government units. Supervision of civil administration is the principal function of military government units. You guys understand that? Supervision of civil administration is the principal function of military government units. They supervise the policy-making functions of civil government, the policy-making functions of commercial and industrial organizations, and the functioning of voluntary welfare institutions. Social Security is, in fact, voluntary. During combat, they orient all civilian activities toward furthering the achievement of the combat mission. When combat has passed beyond a community, the military government unit guides the community through the restoration of normal activity. So after the Civil War, how come we still have, over 170 years later, the military government still trying to guide communities through the restoration of normal activity? Isn't it normal for people that have a national government to provide that national government themselves? I'm only asking. Combat units serve as the force which backs up the administrative actions. So if an administrative judge puts out a warrant that is a military warrant to have a military officer as enforcement to back up that administrator's actions, blasphemous, particularly against the inhabitants that are not subject to the penalties. They also perform specific military government missions when directed, particularly those which require large numbers of people with military skills, example, disposal of military equipment from captured arsenals. And of course, those captured arsenals would be in foreign lands. Other units and services. The other services perform many special tasks involved in military government. They seize some facilities for use in military operations, example, railroads and communication systems, allotting for civilian use those facilities surplus to military needs or required for civilian use to accomplish military aims. See those, like I've said before, those stores you have out there, that's all military equipment under a supply and demand chain, and that's surplus. You're supposed to get it at a discount rate, but they're charging you full fair market value as if though you're a foreigner.
Yo, Keith, I actually hopped a freight train recently that was a military train. It was full of tanks and Humvees and shit.
Oh, yeah? You hop in one of them tanks?
Nah, they had locks on all of them. All the Humvees and tanks had locks, but the backhoes, they were unlocked. The door was actually open.
So you got out of the wind anyway, huh?
Well, yeah, I got in there. Of course, I got in there to check it out. Yeah.
Of course. Don't blame me at all. Wiped down all the fingerprints and left somebody else's ID just in case, huh? They furnish technical advice to military government. You understand that? The other services perform many special tasks involved in military government. So all the people that have these jobs providing these contract services are, again, as they say here, furnishing technical advice to military government. They furnish supplies to military government units. Advancing small amounts of key supplies frequently may enable a civilian industry to produce large quantities of essential supplies where needed, which otherwise would have to be moved long distances from producers in the zone of interior. A good example of this is the furnishing of a few tons of steel cable to enable the mining of thousands of tons of coal. The technical services in turn makes use of available local resources and facilities of the occupied territory. Did you know that you are furnishing personnel services in everything you do? Because the functions are similar to those of the people that they're looking for advice from. Therefore, when they ask for that information and you give it, guess what? You just got used to furnish a resource for them. Those data elements is what they're using against you, folks. I gotta go down here real quick. I just gotta check something. I thought there was something else on here that I wanted to look at. Maybe it's another document. They had a nice list of things. Yeah, it must be another document. We'll go back up here. I'll find that so we can, when we review this, I'll be able to pull it up because it shows distinctly that the military controls all the finances, all the banks, all the schools, all the hospitals, all the businesses, and everything. And this one's going to state it. You know, we're going to go over this information and talk about that stuff, but it has a specific list. Organization and operations. In operations carried out by the combined forces of the United States and its allies, policies and plans for military government are formulated under the direction of the chief executives of the governments concerned. Again, that's going to the UN and the International Forum and the Law of Nations and other international treaties, laws, and organizations. This military government that supervises the administration here on the American lands for the United States is one thing. The international venue that they operate under is another thing, and they too are subject, like I said, to that international forum, like the IRC, International Red Cross. In operations conducted jointly by the United States Army, Navy, and Air Force, the planning and formulation of policies for military government are carried out under the direction of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Remember, I told you I've had communication with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Pentagon. I don't play games. I'm going to let them know when it comes to this intelligence that they're collecting through these communications. I'm rather intelligent. I'm not going to be prideful and boastful about it, but I'm certainly not going to let the fucking idiocy and stupidity be passed upon me. Responsibility for military government operations is vested in and exercised by theater commanders. So who vested it in them? Like I said, it comes from the international forum. There's a common belief of faith from the other nations that they will diligently do their take care of their responsibilities on this soil, as the other nations' leaders are taking care of their responsibilities on those soils. Quid quo pro. So it's basically each other vesting these powers in each other. You suppose that's mainly just a recognition of having full powers? So again, I urge people to understand and recognize your own ability of having full powers to govern yourselves in all situations. A theater commander may delegate his title and authority to theater army, theater navy, theater air force, or task force commanders. In general, he delegates military government responsibility for continental and large island operations to the theater army commander, and for other island operations to the theater navy commander. Interesting, huh? That falls in a line again, right, with 5 U.S.C. 301, where they talk about the Department of the Army, Department of the Navy, Department of the Air Force, Department of the Marines, and now they've got the Department of Defense, and those are just agencies under the Department of Defense now. The military agencies, which the secretaries of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force designate to formulate military government policies and plans, are the Plans and Operations Division, General Staff, and the Office of the Provost Marshal General of the Department of Army, the Assistant Chief of Naval Operations Strategic Plans Section of the Department of Navy, and the Director of Plans and Operations of the Department of Air Force. A lot of directions going on, huh? Remember that video on language yesterday, and each one of them's got their own little hand signals? They're giving directions. Okay? The Department of the Army, the Plans and Operations Division, is responsible for preparation or review of military government portions of our Army strategic studies, Army strategic plans, and Army operation plans. The Military Government Division, Office of the Provost Marshal General, is responsible for preparing military government portions of mobilization plans, current training plans, and supporting details of Department of the Army operation plans. A lot of record keeping, it seems, huh? A lot of record keeping. The Department of the Navy, the Assistant Chief of Naval Operations Strategic Plan Section, is responsible for formulating broad policies and plans. Broad policies and plans. Again, we're not talking about laws, and we're certainly not talking about simple and concise and linear, but very broad. Drafting directives and regulations, and training personnel for government in areas of paramount naval interest. And since it's all based on intelligence, the paramount naval interest is the nativity, the enumeration at birth, so they can indoctrinate you into that education system to regulate your intelligence. He is also responsible for coordinating with the Department of the Army on matters of joint military government interests. In addition, he ensures that the Secretary of the Navy, the Chief of Naval Operations, interested bureaus like the Census Bureau, Bureau of Vital Statistics, you know, that state vital statistics jurisdiction, which is exclusive to the individual, one of its own, and other divisions of the Department of the Navy are advised concerning these matters. Is that the dissemination of all that information amongst all those agencies? Over 500 of them? Public and private? The Assistant Chief of Naval Operations Strategic Plan Section maintains liaison for the Department of the Navy with other agencies of the government and civilian welfare or relief organization, and in connection therewith is responsible for. And that welfare is the one that catches you. Enumeration at birth, hospitalization, mom's going into labor, and they call it a spell of illness. Wherefore, she discharges a man of her waters, and they create a charging instrument for a man. Formulating policy and preparing plans for the conduct of military government activities. Expediting the handling with the Department of the Navy of military government matters. Remember that subject matter. It's all military subject matter. I don't give a fuck what that officer in that court says. I don't care if he calls himself an administrator or Honorable Joseph. You're a fucking officer, bitch. Collecting military government information and distributing it to appropriate agencies. You're an officer, bitch. You got that ID in your pocket? You're an officer, bitch. And again, it's not an affront on you, people. Understand, I'm not trying to call you names. I'm trying to express the idea that if you've got a military identification in your pocket, you're operating as a military officer. Learn how to distinguish that, and more of us will be able to shed off that despotic government, walk around without that ID, travel around without that ID, transit without that ID, sojourn without that ID, and everybody will know that our language is the vehicle that's driving the motivational forces.
Yo, Keith, who would you say is like the most indoctrinated like group of people?
Americans.
No, I'm saying like field, like fields, like field of work.
Doctors.
Doctors?
Yeah, ask them if they understand Latin, and they're going to start spewing off all kinds of medical terms. But if they understood English, they'd understand that Hippocratic oath that they took to Apollo and the Greek gods is blasphemy against the very Christianity that we hold so important in this country. I mean, it is a Christian nation.
What are reasons they're indoctrinated?
That commercial ideal and entitlement of being a doctor and having people look up to you as that doctor. It's just like the legalese. You know, when they speak that legalese, it's for the benefit of the legal system. It's for the prestige of those in the legal profession, and the same with the doctors. They're doing it for their own prestige. You know, it's that thing that I talk about all the time. I don't care to listen to you as a messenger. I am going to give you the respect to listen to the message. And I may even call you a name here and there, just as a trigger or a distraction. But it's really, truly the message that we're supposed to be listening to. So I really don't care what you have to say if you're going to try to sit there and say it's all about you. I'm the one that brought you this information. I did this. I did that. The only thing I talk about is what I'm doing, and it's not for my good. Again, my body's a sacrifice. I don't need all the materialistic things. If I thought I needed the materialistic things, I wouldn't be listening to Paul. I'd be listening to Wes Watson.
Who would you say? Who else is like? Who's behind the doctors? Who's number 2 on the list for most indoctrinated?
Probably the police. The police. Let's spread it out, because it's my firm belief that if we're identified in the agricultural Title 7 under 7 U.S.C. 136, before it becomes a commodity, if we're known and identified in there as animal includes but is not limited to man, then why the fuck are they sending police officers after us instead of the local animal control officer? Is it because they specifically think that we have a license or ID and that that's what gives them authority as a police officer to come lock us up in a jail? Because if that's so, again, I urge you to understand the concept here that if man or animal includes but is not limited to man, then before we have to get a license, aren't they recognizing us as a man or an animal, either one? And if that's the case, then what happens between that and after you become a license holder or something? So now we think about Genesis 2:7, where God is formed of the dust of the ground. When God breathed breath, or God formed man of the dust of the ground, when he breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, man became a living soul. If man became a living soul, then how is it that you placate the man as an animal and then say, well, that man has to have a license? How is that so? If man became a living soul, and you still placate him as an animal or a man, either one, where is your loss? Is it your loss that you don't recognize the very breath that you take as an act of God itself? Am I going to have to remind you of that? To have us be on the equal station in life as living souls, so you can see me as a living soul and not as the man that you think I am? There's a big difference in this language, and that's why I say a police officer pulling somebody over along that postal road, not recognizing that the Postal Service has federal exclusive jurisdiction and that they must have an interlocal agreement for that stop. In other words, the police officer has to go and contact the post office and say, hey, I need exclusive jurisdiction granted to me, delegated to me, so I can go address this person on your public roadway. It doesn't happen. He's not a service of process agent. And he's certainly not a witness to a crime. He may be witness to an offense if the other person is, in fact, a military personnel and knows so. Because if you go pulling somebody over just because they flash an ID saying that they're a resident and produce those charges and give them a citation and run him through that court, doesn't mean that he's in fact a resident, because that is a specific definition. Federal, state, or municipal officer or agent whose resident presence is deemed necessary by the board. Now, despite the fact that I didn't know that for a long time, doesn't clear up the fact that when I got pulled over, the officer didn't know that either. It doesn't clear up the fact that I am, in fact, not a resident, and that by posing that into that administrative court was a false report. Pure and simple. So, back to it. Goes on to say, Department of the Air Force, the Director of Plans and Operations under the Deputy Chief of Staff Operations, is responsible for military government activities of the Air Force. Organization and control. General, in each theater of operations, military government staffs are organized and manned to supervise the functions of military government appropriate to each headquarters' assigned area responsibility. The size, organization, and scope of the activities of the section vary with the degree of which each function must be supervised in each occupied territory. So again, I don't care what kind of civilian authority you think you are already supervised by somebody else. Okay? The degree of control, I don't care if you think you're a fat ass, big old know-it-all, rich ass fucking administrator sitting on a bench. You, sir, are an officer of the military, whether you like it or not. Required, and the only way you can dismiss that is by saying that you're not a resident, by being able to rebut the United States citizen. See, the problem they have on that bench, guys, understand that real quick here. The problem these administrators have on that bench placating everything for the United States is that they admit that there is no such thing as a birth registration in the United States and that nobody was born in the United States. They don't have any jurisdiction over anybody because that one clause shows that the people born in the state ain't resided. They didn't move from the United States into one of the states and prove that it was a resiting. Wherein, under the military government of the United States, were such delegated authorities in the civilian force in one of those states as a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent who was actually deemed necessary. See what I mean? It kind of defeats their whole little circus. So, back at it. By mission, the degree of control required is affected by the mission of the commander. By the mission of the commander. He might have his own little private mission and like to hire his own little buddies, you know, like Tiffany Henyard out there in whatever bumfuck where she's at, one of the suburbs of Chicago. I can't. Tiffany Henry. God dang, I can't remember that. Dolton, Illinois. Dolton, Illinois. And she's placating that the residents better pay me my taxes. So she's in it for her own interests, and it's coming apart on her. I hope that woman spends a long time in prison. The competence of the existing civil government. That's the biggest factor. The competence of the existing civil government. We don't have an existing civil government. Okay? Everyone filling those offices are taking emoluments. That's a corporate government under the military faction. And that's their intents and purposes, is to entice people to keep filling those offices up because they'll pay them. That way, an indigenous government can't rise up and displace them. Again, that's why I try to stress that the only way I believe that a government, indigenous government will rise up and take back the republic is because it takes such a large number of people to do it, because we need those people to fill all these offices in the local communities. And again, it can and may very well happen one community at a time, but even that would take a while. Again, why I urge everybody needs to start learning now their ability to govern themselves, having full powers to do so. And the economic and social development of the people of the occupied territory. Type government organizations are utilized. The combat type provides for military government responsibility to be assigned to the commanders of combat units and administrative commands. This type is described below in the discussion of military government in the combat phase. So you got a combat military government. Then you have the occupational military government. And that's why you have occupations, folks. People ask you, what's your profession? What's your occupation? And you start blabbing off the mouth, professing that, oh, I'm an accountant. Oh, so you're in the military. No, I'm an accountant. Oh, so you're in the military. No, I said I'm an accountant. That's what I'm saying. What do you fucking think as an occupation is? The occupational type provides for a theater military government command to control military government through commanders of successive echelons of subordinate military government units, independent of commanders of combat units and its administrative commands. And this is why I say that police force, it's privatized, just like the private industry, but it's a standing army, a violation because of the way it stands. And instead of protecting the people like it's supposed to, it has administrative courts that are sitting there saying, no, they don't have a responsibility to serve and protect. How is that economical for the people? It's not. It's economical for their belts, for their wallets, so that they can make $100,000 a year sitting in their fucking police cars eating donuts and falling asleep taking naps and only responding when an emergency call is there or trying to harass people that aren't doing anything wrong. Who the fuck are these people? And why the fuck did you put them in that position? I don't see any reason why we would have a 20-year-old police officer. I don't see any reason why we would have a 30-year-old police officer. I would prefer to have at least some kind of adult experience and be at least 40 years old before putting a gun in somebody's hand, knowing that they've spent 40 years of their life not doing drugs, not sniffing pussy that was rank, and such things. It is described below in the discussion of post-combat military government. See, you can't have people with occupations trying to make money for the economic and social purposes of the nation if they're being bombarded. So during combat, there is no such thing as a occupational military. And when the combat's over, it's the only reason to have an occupational military is to establish places for the indigenous people to be able to eventually take over and run and govern themselves. However, what we have is a military occupation going on that placates that if you get this occupation, you can go fill out that office, but you still don't have a government and nobody knows this. It's all being run by the damn military. And everybody thinks it's a government. Remember, it says military government first. Therefore, it's a military combat. It's a customs of war and not peace. Obviously, theater might include an allied country, a conquered enemy country, and a yet unconquered enemy country. That's the theater. So what is a theater? It's what you can see. What is it you see in your neighbor? Is he an enemy? Is he in a military uniform? And if he is that a friendly uniform? Do you identify the uniform? Or do you identify the man within that uniform? Do you see him in his full armor? Is that placated as full armor when it's not? See, I say if I'm in the full armor of God, I'm naked and I don't need those fucking stripes on the arm. You will see my seniority and superiority by my actions, not by some fucking stripe on the fucking arm, not by some certificate hanging on a wall that somebody else says I'm qualified. I want you to be able to qualify me as being valuable to you by seeing my value by yourself. Why would you accept me not having value because you didn't see anybody else saying that I have value? Why wouldn't you just observe for yourself whether I have value or not that is workable for you in your value system? See, this is the problem where we have this monetary system. Everybody thinks we got to use those Federal Reserve notes. But guess what? You're not even supposed to be touching those Federal Reserve notes. Look at the law. Just by using them, you're performing the similar functions of a Federal Reserve transfer agent, and therefore you're going to be held liable as such. The theater commander determines the type of military government to be employed in any particular territory at any given time. So if the theater commander determines the type of military government, then how are we going to get back to the indigenous government? That's not military. Again, how do we get out from being dependent upon the military government of the United States and become dependent communally, locally, independently, each and every one? Why is it supposed that the only way you can operate in this international venue of trade and commerce mean that you have to have a military protection, and it has to be as a nation, and you can't do it singularly, individually, on your own, with your own common sense, and your own having full powers of comprehending the words being used? It seems to me some people seem to think that everybody is stupid. The theater commander, I see both types or a combination of them may exist concurrently, since it is desirable that there be orderly progression from combat to the occupation type as progressively larger political units come under the control of a single commander. Stating again just what I just said, that everything starts on a small local level and then grows. And in that orderly progression, what they're doing is they're bringing in a combination. That combination is that standing army as a police unit, the private policing units. But they're not doing it according to the way this military structure says. See, they're not confronting each other. Remember, I told you the other day that as a banking system here, those IDs, that's for people that want to tell on each other. That's technically what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be telling on each other. They're supposed to be leaving the fucking civilian population alone, because they understand that the civilian population isn't actually military. But because everything is run under military government, the civilian population is held liable. All you have to do is learn the difference and learn how to slowly remove yourself from those liabilities. How do you do that? By showing them where those liabilities are and who they belong to. Hold on for a minute. I'm going to drop the StreamYard link. I forget to do that once in a while so we can get people up here. My apologies. And I do want to take the time to remind everybody to hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There's a PayPal link down in the details section. And of course, I just posted that StreamYard link for anybody who wants to join the panel. Okay, I'm back to it, and then I'm going to take another break here in a few minutes. I've got to go take a potty break here soon. Says the military government during the combat phase, we're not going to worry about that. Command channels, if theater is subdivided into zones, and there's a good one. If the theater is subdivided into zones of operation assigned to separate task forces, each of which has its own communications or naval advanced base zone. See, that's about the broadcasting, and that's at dispatch, at the local dispatch. You have you call 911, and there's a local dispatch. Okay, as it goes to the postal service, that international call, you're using an international forum when you have that phone number, and that phone number is exclusive to you. So you do have an exclusive jurisdiction through that communication, that broadcast channel. Okay? And that's what they're doing. They're using that broadcasting to call a local dispatch center to have an officer dispatched for an exclusive zone. And it's a transfer, a delegation of power. Presumed, assumed, implied, and otherwise, when in fact it's supposed to be distinct and delegated appropriately through the proper channels. But again, that legal fiction is a presumption of the facts until properly rebutted. You have to rebut that record for what it is, folks. Or naval advanced base zone. Control is exercised through task force commanders, military government staff sections, and units in the combat zone. Each command, down to and including divisions, is furnished special staff section to advise, plan for, and supervise military government functions. And that's what happens with the local police. Again, it's a standing army, and they believe that command has been handed down to them, and they supervise military government functions. It's a military government function to supervise the public roadways, which are built to the standards of military transport, so that they can hold the military's equipment that's going to be transported across those roads. However, see, all those vehicles, they're not really fleet vehicles, even though that's what they're described and function as. Even though the way these policies and everything run down through those channels, that's the way they use them as for those functions. That's technically not the way they're supposed to be used. The administrative and technical services extend their functions to include support of military government activities. Again, that administrative court has that military flag in there because the military stepped in and wanted to preserve that national monument known as a needful place or building for the inhabitants to conduct their business affairs. And the military is maintaining that. And in the meantime, they've got a military officer that is supposed to be acting on behalf of the people and is not. Again, a court of probate has no jurisdiction over the estate of a person who is in fact alive. And this is one simple case that they all should know, and know that nobody has authority over another man, and that aligns with Romans 13, for there is no power that which is ordained but of God. Military government units are made available for attachment to combat units for two purposes: to perform specific missions, example, processing of refugees, and to govern specific political subdivisions, example, municipalities or provinces. I'm going to sit here and let you guys bake on that one now. Municipalities or provinces. Because again, that's what I'm telling you. That mayor works for the government. He is, in fact, the same capacity as the governor and the president. He is the commander-in-chief of that local military zone. Understand that? and I'm going to take a break. Please enjoy the message. I shall be right back. Okay. Let me look at the comments here. We got. I do want to take a minute to thank everybody for your support. So while I'm looking through the comments, I'll thank everybody, of course. I don't know who all is still here, but I know we had Dean Phillips was here earlier. I want to thank him. We got Channel 3, Kara, Norm Longstaff. Always good to see him. Brown's boy. We've got Rocky Shepard. He's been here with us for a while now. Arpol was here earlier. Lex Animata, David Lee Williams, everybody. I appreciate all your support. Fiery Voice, Disciple the Messiah. Thank you. I'm at Iman. I keep saying Iman. It's just natural. I'm sorry. It's Iman was here. She's still here with us. We've got Warrior of Truth up on panel still. We got Jay down in the chat. Welcome everybody. Moonbug. Hit that like, share, and subscribe. Rebecca, Sally Bay, Rodney Kitley, John Harnack was here. I did drop that link for you if you want to come back up, John. And again, appreciate everybody's support. Zach L. Let's see here. Bear Jew. Greetings. Love y'all. Love y'all. Who was that? Meta, Damsel Medic and Meta the Magi. Greetings. JG, of course. And again, feel free to come back up, guys. So, let's continue on. And now I hope you see that the local government to govern specific political subdivisions, example, municipality, telling us that the municipality itself is a political subdivision, okay? And it's because the municipality is being operated on a Republican Democratic platform as a democracy, and the people have given up their sovereignty and allowed the state to cede their jurisdiction to the United States, that we don't have that republic form of government. It happened almost as soon as he said it. You have a republic form of government if you keep it. And then all of a sudden people started signing all these documents and gave it right up. The documents should have stood. Instead, everybody wanted to get involved and try to improve them. Military government units assigned to a combat unit to perform specific missions usually remain assigned to that combat unit throughout an operation. Military government units attached to a combat unit to govern specific political subdivisions remain attached only so long as that combat unit controls the area, including the political subdivision. So now the area is no longer controlled by a combat unit, but it is still controlled by military personnel through an identification system that placates that you're part of that military. Okay? While at the same time having a domestic political view, supposedly. When the combat unit advances, the military government units assigned to specific civilian communities remain in place and pass to control of a higher command. It doesn't say a higher military command or to the higher military command. It says a higher command. I've always thought a higher education and a higher council in the higher command that already is the commandments that came forth from that higher creation. So here we have that chart that shows the theater command. And you can see it goes down. It's got the military government over here. Military government technical channel. And again, it comes from the military government units and the theater army forces all the way around. See how we follow this all the way around? Something externally comes here, and that's the theater army forces here and the military government units here that enter in on the other side on the politics. Understand military government technical channel, military government, and then we go into the subsections to perform military government functions required by theater policy. So what is politics? Do you understand what's going on here? Policy is related to politics as it relates to theatrical performances. What form are you filling out? Does it have that qualified OMB number on it, showing that it's true military government? Or is it a mayoral form of government trying to keep you at bay for their benefit without allowing you to rebuild and restructure a republic form of government? See, that's what I think is happening when you placate that you're a resident and the municipality as a political subdivision gets to use that claim against you. They get to keep you from going above the chain of command because you just admitted you're a resident. You dummy. You big dummy corporation. Because that's truly what it is. It placates a dummy corporation. I did a video on that too. Truly, the true dummy corporation is supposed to be the state. But by giving out that ID with the state on it, on the top of the ID, and then you representing that you're an agent of the state, guess what, dummy? You just started taking over the functions of the performance of a dummy corporation, like a dummy. So, as we've already talked about in the above, it also shows that we're talking about government, reparations, and restitution. This is how the military seeps into all aspects of your life. I like how the other document had it written down, though, because it showed the school and everything. But this here, it says government, finance, supply, education and culture, displaced persons and refugees, transportation, legal. So remember that definition of legalese, that's a military construct too, remember? Understand this, folks. Now understand the Bar Association under, what was it, 80th session of Congress, 1950. Congress investigated the Lawyers Guild and determined that every member of the Foreign Bar Association is a communist by definition. It still stands in the Library of Congress, therefore it still stands as a valid opinion in law. Public health and welfare, public safety, property control, reparations and restitution, statistics and reports, civil communications, that's your broadcasting and transfer stations, your towers, port control for trade and commerce, food and industries, commerce and trade, industry and manufacture, labor, all for your internal domestic agriculture and commodities, public utilities, and then control of commodities and prices and rationing. That's a military term, rationing. You think you're going to suffer when you're in a food line? You're already suffering because you're putting up with it. That's what suffering is. You're putting up with something that you don't necessarily need to. And that suffering is the limitation on what you can and can't buy, how you can and can't buy it, when you can and can't buy it, and who can tell you when you can and can't buy it. Because you're using day shit to do so. And that, of course, is in the combat phase. And yet that's what remains today. Army communications or naval advanced base zone. Degree of organization. Remember, I told you it's about a developmental stage of becoming organized. We are not organized under the laws of the United States. We have not had the proper communications with the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, establishing certain documentation and communications to be able to convey debts. As territory comes within the Army Communications Zone or the Naval Advanced Base Zone, attention must be paid to the greater relative permanency of a military organization in the area and to further development of military government organization. And to what? The permanency? I thought it was to help us become non-dependent and separate individual of the need of that military government. And here it tells us to the greater relative permanency of the military organization in the area and to develop of and to further develop of military government organization. Is that over the indigenous government organization? See, I thought that's what the intent said earlier. Efforts are emphasized to restore the normal functioning of the local government subject to military government control. Efforts are emphasized to restore the normal functioning of the local government subject to military government control. You heard that right. They're still wanting to maintain government control. So again, like I said earlier, it's a necessity of the people that if they wish to throw off this despotic military government, that they learn their own powers, having full powers of a militia, to be able to rebuild that government reciprocally with this, quote, military government, so that we can slowly take over what is rightfully ours, and that is the ability to let our people and their yea be their yea and their nay be their nay, without the need of armaments, and only the access and use of armaments as a protection of that very yea being yea and nay being nay. So if you're going to act in a militia fashion under the Second Amendment, please, I urge you to educate yourself in the ability to construct a republic form of government again, because again, it's only by the people. This here is a military government that's being espoused by world leaders and not the local people. Now, I know I said I'd probably be going until about midnight tonight, but I am getting kind of tired here, and I was kind of hoping I'd have Steve in on this, but he hasn't gotten back with me yet. So I was also hoping John might come up, but that didn't happen either. So I'm going to go ahead and end it for tonight. And like I said, as soon as I can find a way to get this document pulled up, I will. but this came from Steve, and I cannot find it anywhere. So I will have to see where I can find it on the internet. As you can see, it came from the webmail, and there's no link. So I have to find out if I can get it from him, where it's at on the internet. But it is a valid document. Not because it has to be instituted or have an OMB number on it or anything like that, but because of the language and what it's saying. And again, this is the same thing that the system, same way the system operates today. And it's going to take a comprehension of how the military operates and what it does in its protections. Again, like I spoke about, protecting the national treasures. That's one of the inherent things. But where do those national treasures come from, people? Don't they come from the very people that created them? And if we're the ones that created them, then why are we tearing them down? Why are we not understanding the inherent importance of those national treasures and the meanings and existences behind them? Why they came about. I don't care if it did come about because some people in the South were racist or something. I don't care. If we get rid of them and destroy them, people won't have them there to learn from and be able to structure our future on a more peaceful condition. So anyway, we are out. I'm going to give you guys a chance to speak last words on the way out. And I'll let people know tomorrow sometime what I'm going to do here. Like I said, I had another document. I wish I could find that showed a list. And it just literally went down the list and it said administration, civil contracts, public education, local hospitals, the medical society, various different things that the military government regulates and supervises. And it's everything. Everything is covered. There's not one thing they cover: insurance, corporate contracts, finances, loans, banks, schools, everything. Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, all of it. So you guys got anything to say on the way out?
Just gratitude, brother. Gratitude.
Well, we all know all glory goes to him. You still with us, warrior of truth, or did you fall asleep? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, my lady. All right, well, I want to let everybody know I appreciate you. Once again, you know I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. And that's to say, I don't care if you hate me or not. So may God bless you. Have a good night. I hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. And like I said, I'll be back with a review sometime, going over this stuff, as well as reviewing some other videos I've done in the past. I do have another review I want to bring up here shortly, as well as General Education Provisions Act. I think it was about a 2 hour and 45-minute video on General Education Provisions Act. And I want to do a review on that because, again, that deals with the military schools, the military training, how we're brought up as under the selective service as voluntarily taking upon education after 14 years of age, and mom and dad make us. So think about this. And again, may God bless you, and have a good night, everybody.